welcome to another Giant Slayers Fight Night Legends. I'm your host Casanova, and joining me, as always, is my boy Blevins. How's it going, buddy? How you doing?
It's going great. I'm always like you mix it up. Sometimes you have a weird throw. Sometimes you build up like you're gonna do a throw and then you don't. So
I gotta keep you on your toes.
You
I gotta
really
keep you
do.
ready. Yeah,
you really do. But I'm doing great, man.
Yeah, you can never know what I'm going to do to throw it to you at the start. That is the point. Whether it's absolutely nothing or it's an interesting joke or crazy something, it's you'll never know. You'll never know. But anyways, the one thing that we will know is the format of what the players are going to be doing. Blevins, why don't you break that down?
That is something that we're not going to keep a secret. It is right here on your screen. Double elimination bracket with 8 players that we have handpicked. Well, 6 that we've handpicked for this week. 2 which have qualified from last fight night. Every match is going to be a best of 3. The players have brought 2 decks with no region overlap. And to win the match, players are going to have to win with both of their decks. And of course, Casa, they're playing for their share of the $200 prize pool as broken down on the right. But I alluded to those 8 players, Casa. Let's take a look and see who they are.
Yeah, we're going to have Szerro returning from his win last time, but he's going up against Winding God, one of the most prolific tournament winners across Runeterra, and well, he's back for more, so we'll see. I mean, that's going to be a banger of a matchup. Guardia versus Sharkwee going to be going on in as well. Xeloo versus Blazing Asian, Vig versus Swim. Xeloo returning from his second place performance in last week. Blazing Asian, we haven't seen in a little while, but a consistent tournament player, always in the top 8. He's actually probably has one of the most, or one of the highest percentages of top 8s in tournaments that he plays. So really cool to see him here. Sharkwee was an incentive Targon going against Guardia, but our featured matchup for round 1, that is going to be Szerro versus Winding God.
Yeah, this is the battle of, I believe, Winding God has 2 fight nights, right? I think this is the battle of double fight night winners here. Szerro and Winding God taking on each other. And I don't know what their heads-up matchup is here, but Szerro, of course, coming off the big dub from last week. Winding God has been, I don't want to say a little quiet, because he did top 8 the Ascent of Targon Invitational as well a couple of weeks ago. But since Targon has come out, been relatively quiet compared to his normal tournament performances, but is always a fearful or a fearsome competitor.
He absolutely has been quiet. I was actually looking around. He hasn't been, he's not top 10 ladder, is something that would be really common for Winding God. I think he's been taking it a little bit easy during Targon, so we've seen a lot less of him across the tournament scene. So I'm really excited to have him back to see how he does in the current format. And he's going against Szerro, who has been really doing quite well during Ascent of Targon. This has been a very good expansion for him in general. He's been doing great on the ladder. I think he's currently top 100, and then he's also, won a fight night, as well as, just consistently doing exceptionally well across the formats of Targon so far. So I think this is going to be a good kind of litmus test at the very start for Winding God to see where he is at, because if this is, if he beats Szerro, well, it looks like he's probably in form.
Yeah, absolutely. And Szerro here, I want to take a look at Szerro's Lee Sin deck here, actually. It is the one, and I mentioned this before the cast, Casanova, that this is the mono Lee Sin deck that has really captivated my heart. There's been a lot of different versions that have been running around. Last week we saw 3 people run the mono Lee Sin, 3 competitors run the Zed Lee. I'm going to say it here publicly. The Zed Lee is a bait. It's not good. It's not better than this Lee Sin deck. It just baits you into putting resources into Zed. It's a fool's errand. This is the deck. I don't know if it's card for card. It's very close, because I've been running almost this exact list that Szerro ran last week, and it's just the combo version. It's akin to what we saw Markus run in his win in the Ascent of Targon Invitational. I think that this version of the deck is the deck to beat still. in the format, Casa.
Yeah, I mean, with the buff to Bastion, I feel like this combo deck makes so much sense. And yeah, it did feel like the Zed lists were kind of ending up being a bait. The Zeds were dying a lot early. Before Zed Lee's Sin, I mean, Zed was talked about as being a very bad champion by a lot of very good players. They said they didn't think Zed was actually good. They thought he was very much, like you say, a bait. And, well, then suddenly Lee Sin gets buffed and Bastion gets buffed, and a lot of people start playing Zed again. And, well, like you're saying, maybe that was a bait as well, and Zed just isn't a good enough champion to really fit into the archetype, where Lee Sin, you know, if you play it pure combo, has worked out really well. It was really kind of shown in last week's Fight Night, where I believe we had 3 Zed Lee Sin, 3 Mono Lee Sin, and then 2 of the top 3 placing players in the tournament were playing Mono, and there was only 1 Zed Lee Sin in the top 4. So that I think is, you know, pretty telling of somewhat of what the results are showing of these 2 decks. But I also want to look at the other Targon list in this matchup, this one from Winding God. That's gonna be Nightfall aggro. Really excited to watch this. I love this deck. This is one that I was playing a lot on day 1 of Targon. We saw Nick Makes Plays doing a lot on the ladder playing this, really helping to push the meta of it. But this version that we're seeing from Winding God, it's got the Behold the Infinite and the Cygnus. But other than that, this is basically what I was playing day 1, what a lot of people were playing day 1. Basically just the 2-drop Solari Shield Bearer being taken out for Behold the Infinite and Cygnus. And that's really the only major change, which just goes to show that these Nightfall cards kind of build themselves as a deck when they were put into the game by Riot. I mean, it was just like, pick the cards that say Nightfall and throw them in.
Yeah, and of course there's the notable entries of Fading Memories, which is just such a great card in this deck. There's so many play effects that you want, whether it's Cygnus, whether it's Doom Beast, whether it's even just getting in some extra damage with Crescent Guardian. And then, of course, it also, for free, triggers Nightfall. So it's a very good card. And I have played a decent amount of this deck as well right now. If you can tell, I'm pushing to get Masters before the end of the season, which is only a few days away. So I might be playing in between rounds on the cast. No, I'm kidding. But this deck, it is billed as Nightfall aggro. But I talked with Nick Makes Plays about this deck, and I've listened to a lot of his streams. And yes, it can be a very, very aggressive deck, but the key to being successful with this deck is to know when you're actually not going all in aggro. And I think that's going to be a big difference maker for Winding God coming in to this matchup against Szerro.
Yeah, and, you know, we talked a lot about these Targon lists, the Lee Sin, the Nightfall, but the other deck for both players is going to be that Pirate aggro, that Captain Crunch, that we've seen so much in the past weeks, but specifically last week and this week, it has had a massive resurgence. This deck has been around for a while, 4LW really pioneering this build, playing it to great success on the ladder, but, you know, this time around, we see a few adaptations. For instance, Winding God not running Gangplank, not running the captain himself. Instead, Twisted Fate adding a little bit more versatility and helping in the mirror matchup with dealing with the wide, soft boards.
Yeah, this has been interesting. I haven't seen Misfortune Twisted Fate. I've seen Misfortune Gangplank, obviously. I've seen Gangplank Twisted Fate. I have not seen this version, and yeah, this is literally just the Gangplank Misfortune deck with Twisted Fate instead of Gangplank. So I'm gonna be very interested to see how this one plays out, because yes, Twisted Fate does give you a lot of versatility and is pretty good in the mirror match, but Gangplank just gives you so much over the top. I'm very curious to see how this one's gonna play out.
Yeah, and on top of that, the other interesting card this time for Szerro's list is the 3 of Crackshot Corsair as one of the 1-drops replacing the Precious Pet. Now, this, opens up more versatility to try and push additional damage in the late game, but the early pressure that is provided by Precious Pet, I think Crackshot Corsair falls a little short. So this is kind of trading off a 1-drop that's significantly better if drawn in the later stages of the game, but being a little bit worse as a 1-drop to have at the start. And that's just pretty interesting to see. It is a 9 1-drop list, so you can try and pass up on the Crackshot Corsairs for some of the more aggressive 1-drops if you are offered multiples in the early game. And I think that just improving your quality of top decks later on is a pretty reasonable idea, and I like the adaptation.
Yeah, I personally have not been impressed by the Crackshot Corsair on ladder. Granted, I'm coming from the opposition point of view, playing mostly Lee Sin. So I hate when the deck is more aggressive. But in a lot of the matchups, you're not necessarily gonna want to, in the mirror match especially, you're not necessarily going to want to just try to get under, because if you can't get under, like you said, Precious Pet is just going to be worse once the board gets stalled. So it gives you a little more inevitability at the cost of some raw power. So definitely the type of decision that we see a lot of Fight Night caliber players make is take away some of the super, super top high end in trading that for consistency overall.
Yeah, this is a pretty interesting play for the Twisted Fate, because you could go for something like the red card to push damage and set up a pretty good make it rain or attack in with Twisted Fate, but instead, Winding God realizes, okay, well, right now, I think these 3 cards are not going to push 15 damage. Instead of just being in a top deck war with my opponent, I'm going to get a little bit of draw advantage by utilizing the blue card, and I think that this is a really solid play. He finds the Zap Spray Fin, and, he can even go for this swing to try and bait Szerro into a block, as he does have follow-up with the Make It Rain. Instead, he gets the free 2 damage, as of course Szerro is going to respect that you probably are on a Make It Rain if you're making this swing.
Oh, man. I mean, that's the beauty. I would really love to see a time, and maybe we'll catch a time where he's making that attack without the Make It Rain in hand, because you really don't need the Make It Rain in your hand to make that attack. I think it's still that play that should theoretically play out the same way, whether or not the Make It Rain is actually in hand or not. But of course, Winding God did have it in this scenario, so it was a free attack regardless. And like you said, Szerro sniffed it out and made the appropriate no block. Szerro coming back with the attacks. The Twisted Fate traded away. And again, I mean, this is the type of thing that, you've got to be playing the deck a lot and knowing that, Twisted Fate is not in this deck to get the level up win condition a lot of the times, right? Like the game's just not going to go that long.
Not at all. Yeah, he's absolutely there just for the versatility. Like, we could see a gold card come into play to try and push damage with the wide board. You could see red card to remove or play against aggro, especially with the Dreadway deckhands, get those barrels out. Or, like we saw here, the blue card to try and find more gas in general. Right now, the TF was a little bit underwhelming so far in this game. It drew 1 card. It made 1 attack for 2 damage and it blocked, but for 4 mana and a champion slot, it's interesting to see if that really was enough to justify it. But it certainly wasn't terrible, right? The value out of a 4 mana card was good. For me, it's more the champion slot. Would Gangplank be better served?
Right. Well, I almost kind of think of it as another Zap Spray Fin in a sense that, I mean, it's not unblockable, though. It kind of is if you're representing Make It Rain a lot of the time. But, Zap Spray Fin, you play him, and he's going to draw you, on average, 2.5 damage worth of card, right? And I mean, Twisted Fate's kind of doing the same thing in a sense, and of course has a little bit more versatility than that. I'm not necessarily sold or not yet. Gangplank has some pretty big boots to fill, and I'm not sure if Twisted Fate's feet are big enough to fill them yet.
Yeah, I mean, I think, that's a pretty decent analogy for it. I do think, like, Gangplank is just very strong in this deck. I mean, a 5 mana 5/5 overwhelm, build a keg when you have a lot of spells that are going to deal more damage is just a powerful ability. And there's not many 5-drops that are being put in to replace it. Of course, we have Jack the Winner for Winding God as well, but I'm not sure if that's enough scary top end, and I'm wondering if this Twisted Fate is going to be a weakness, or if we'll see it be, actually be able to turn this around. Now thinking about it, right, if this was a top decked Twisted Fate, I mean, this game is just 1 for Winding God, right? Because the red card here is just devastating. So there are spots that we see where Twisted Fate could absolutely be an absurd card in this deck. In the mirror, and I think that's why TF is in. I think he's in for the mirror. Like, that is my read of this placement of the card is I want to deal with these petty officers. I want to deal, with these 1-drops. And if I have a barrel, I can actually hit just about every card in the deck except for Jack, MF, Gangplank and Farron. But those are all the higher end, so you're still clearing away the majority of units. Like, this is the most disgusting red card that we would ever see. But of course, you know, no TF in hand. Like, obviously Jack coming down means that he's not even representing it anymore, so Szerro can be safe. But I think that there's so many interesting spots where this TF could be good. But the question is are we going to see it actually play out that way? Or is it just going to require Winding God to high roll into a TF in a spot that looks good?
Right. Yeah, I mean, and this is the time where I'm just going to defer to Winding God, who, you know, clearly thought it was good enough to bring to the event. That's got to be worth something, I think, especially a player of his caliber. So, yeah, definitely an interesting one. And if nothing else, it opens up options, which is always going to be valuable, I think. None of the options ever seem bad. It's going to be good, definitely in the mirror, which is what is probably going to be expected in a lot of the lineups coming into this week. So I like it overall. And in this game, it's kind of seemed medium, but I mean, like you said, Casa, this could have been an absolute blowout Twisted Fate if it was drawn.
Yeah. Yeah, and like, I will say, I do feel like the TF that came down provided a very good amount of value for a 4-drop. Like, I was very happy with the value that he got. I absolutely think that it was a good card. The question that we just have to ask is always going to be, does he wish it was a Gangplank? That is always just going to be the question. And I'm not sure if he wishes this one was a Gangplank. He got 2 damage to face, he drew an extra card. And drawing that extra card might make the difference here for Winding God finding the damage, because we look at this Fervor into Decimate. I mean, that's 8 of the 9 damage he needs right now, theoretically, if this barrel stays alive, which it does.
Yeah. Szerro's not even going to go for it, which makes sense, I think. Yeah, the make it. You'd rather just go face, I think.
Yeah, I mean, look, as of right now, Winding God just has it. Because this Jack is going to create a Sleep with the Fishes. It's at 4 health. Szerro won't be able to remove that. So Winding God just gets to play Sleep, and then he gets to play Decimate, but that's 2 slow speed spells, and he's down to 4. So does Szerro hit Decimate, Blevins? That is the question.
Or Fervor.
Winding God gets to go first. So he gets to play the slow spells. So Szerro has double Sleep with the Fishes. That's enough damage, but he doesn't have the initiative. He can't play him fast enough, and Winding God's going to win.
Yeah, crazy. And there's nothing Szerro can do here. There's not... It's cut and dry. Slow spells.
Yeah. Yeah, and Winding God knows that, hey, there's this double Sleep with the Fishes in hand. If one gets played, Winding God just has to rip this Decimate. He understands that he loses if Szerro has other spells, but it's not like he can represent anything. I mean, this is just the fastest Decimate slam that you'll see in your life, because there's nothing else for him to do. He either wins or he loses right here with this Decimate, and we know from looking at Szerro's hand that, well, he wins. The Make It Rain's going to take him to 1. He's going to win on 1. And the value from the Twisted Fate was enough. You know, that extra card could have made the difference of this 1 HP. So it is hard to say. Is this TF, was it better than him having a Gangplank in that spot? I don't know. But did it have a lot of value to get extra damage in? Absolutely. TF himself probably dealt something around 5 damage in this game.
Yeah, and I also think that one of the lose conditions in this mirror match is your hand is Jack, Gangplank, and their hand is 1 drop, 1 drop, 1 drop. Like that lineup of hands is just going to be a loss sometimes. So it smooths it out. It obviously replaces itself. It does a lot, and of course we've already talked about the upsides of it. So I'm giving it the thumbs up here. I don't like the deck in general, so I'm not going to be playing any version of it. But I think it's certainly worth considering if you think that the mirror match is going to come up a lot.
Yeah, and now I'm curious to see. We see this Fading Memories being hovered by Winding God. I'm wondering how aggressive he wants to go here. It's going to be Diana.
This is the difference between me playing this deck and seeing a player like Nick Makes Plays or even Winding God here play it is really, there's actually a ton of skill in this deck. And it's different. It's a different kind of skill too, because it's very unit based, and there's really not a lot of direct damage at all in the deck. There is some, but it's not like even the original Burn decks. It's just a very different. There's a lot of different lines, and even a play like that is like, oh, do I want to develop this Diana and get a Nightfall trigger here? Am I going to develop a Crescent Guardian here as a 3/3? Am I going to play it to, like, there's so many decisions basically every turn of the game. And they all are extremely relevant too. So it's actually a treat to watch a high skill player play this deck.
Yeah, I mean, I like the Crescent Guardian as a 3/3 actually, because in this matchup, I mean, you talked about earlier, is this an aggro deck? What kind of deck is this? I mean, in this matchup, you are trying to play to stabilize the board and then make win probably off of a single Nocturne turn. And so the Crescent Guardian,
turn, by the way.
Yeah, the single Noct turn. That's gonna it's gonna be able to set you up to defend yourself, but I guess just using the 1 mana to fog the attack on that turn instead, and now using Stygian Onlooker to proc Nightfall for the Crescent Guardian, get that 5 attack on board, which actually, I mean, thinking about it, 5 attack is very relevant in this matchup because of Gangplank and because of Jack the Winner. So potentially we just see Winding God leave. Never mind. Okay. I was saying potentially we'd see him leave back this Crescent Guardian as defense against Gangplank on a future turn. But that won't be the case here, as we see him go for the attack and actually has this Unspeakable Horror to set up Diana to actually potentially get a very, very good trade here.
Yeah, I think so Winding God, of course, is representing either Pale Cascade or the Unspeakable Horror here. So Szerro is lining up 2 blocks that will essentially, or I guess actually lining up 3 blocks where if it was something like Pale Cascade, Winding God has to choose which one of these trades are you going to flip more into your favor. Winding God chooses the Diana block, but a value block with Misfortune and a straight up trade that's going to be in Szerro's favor for sure. Leaves this attack kind of in an interesting spot. You know, I don't know who's ahead right now.
Well, that was a great pickup for Winding God, because this is a 2-mana burst spell that's going to allow him to actually play out this Crescent Guardian in response to the Gangplank. I think that's incredibly important for him to pick up here, as if he didn't find that, he was not going to be able to answer Gangplank, barring just playing a raw Nocturne. And I don't think that was the position he'd want to find himself in. I think having this Nocturne for a future aggressive turn is going to be way better. And we're going to see, you know, Crescent Guardian come down. The Serpent picked up to trigger Nightfall for free on a future turn as well. Very, very important. It also can threaten the Misfortune on a follow-up turn as well. So there's a lot of good things that this Serpent can do. Yeah,
absolutely. And I mean, this is just, it's turning on a dime a little bit. I mean, Szerro's done 2 damage so far. He's going to get a little bit more in here, but you can see the counter swing is going to be pretty good. Can give, can either trade with Gangplank now or give it vulnerable next turn.
Is he going to just try and win?
I don't hate it.
That Nocturne's leveling on the next Nightfall play. He's just gonna try and win. This is really interesting. I like this a lot. I'm sure he's done some calculating here. I'm very excited to see how this goes.
It makes sense. Blocking with the Crescent Guardian, yes, it kills Gangplank, but it's actually only stopping 1 damage, right?
Yeah.
So, and if you think you're going to live another turn, I mean, it's certainly possible, but if you're planning on living another turn, it's likely going to be at the cost of a lot of resources. So I think this play makes a lot of sense here. He, of course, also would rather be trading on attacks here. Not that I guess not that it really matters in this case.
Okay, I don't think he can actually win here, but he's going to get very, very good trades. Or can he? Wait, that's the knock level up. That's so much damage.
Yeah.
That's actually so much damage.
That's just game, right?
I think so, yeah.
Misfortune can't block.
There's no spells. There's no spells. That's it. Yeah. Oh my god, that is so much. That's such a great turn from Winding God, just recognizing that if he holds back the Crescent Guardian block, instead of killing the Gangplank, he can set up a lethal attack from 15, and he finds it. The Jack the Winner coming down only blocks one thing. There was so many units on the board that could pull because of the Nocturne granting vulnerable, and I mean that was just well executed. That was massive from Winding God, and he takes the 2-0 over Szerro, the defending champion from last week. And you know, we were questioning, hey, is Winding God going to be on form? He's been a little absent in Call of the Mountain so far. I mean, that looked like normal. It looked like he's here. You know, he's here to play. That looks like Winding God.
The Mountain's been calling for a while, and it looks like Winding God finally answered here. That was decisive.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that was brilliantly done. He's going to be advancing to the winner's semifinal. He'll be playing against the winner of Guardia and Sharkwe. We'll see who makes it to go up against Winding God. If anyone can stand in his way, a Guardia Winding God rematch potentially in the cards. That's a legendary match from Fight Night. But we will see those very soon. We're going to take a short break, but more Fight Night legends when we return. Welcome back to Fight Night Legends. We're jumping right in with another round 1 matchup. This between Swim and Vig. This is going to be one of our LATAM players, this time from Argentina. Glad to see him alongside Xeloo for this week. But he's playing this this cloning chamber, trying to clone as many Anivias as he can. But going up against Lee Sin right now. I don't think this is the matchup that the Anivia was brought for. Actually, I think that this was brought for probably the onslaught of pirate aggro that was expected. And I'm sure it's going to do well against that. I think he's, maybe Vig is accepting Lee Sin losses by bringing this list and just looking to just farm all these aggro decks, because this is essentially Bald Eagle without the Braum, and that was a deck that just basically nullified aggro for a couple weeks when it came out onto the scene. Was being played. So I think this is a really interesting lineup. I like the idea. I'm a fan of the concept of, like, I'm gonna beat your Pirate Burn list, but with the lineup he has his own Pirate Burn list, so he does have to win the mirror in that case.
Right. Yeah. He certainly is. Although I guess if he can line it up and it's a Pirate Burn, if it's Szerro's lineup, essentially Pirate Burn and Lee Sin, right? This deck beats the Pirate Burn deck, and then you can lose to one or the other, and then exactly. So I can definitely see the theory craft behind it. This deck in general seems pretty awful against Lee Sin, although it does have a couple of flash freezes, a harsh winds, which can be pretty decent, and also the Glimpse Beyond can stall the Lee Sin, the combo kill for a turn as well. In general, though, it's going to be a pretty bad matchup because none of the other things that it is doing are relevant at all to Lee Sin in general. Yeah, I mean, there's, like, if you can actually somehow manage to get your clones going on the Anivia, then, attacking in with a couple of Anivias, of course, is going to be able to deal with Lee Sin. He can't protect him against, everything. The harrowing, potentially to just end a game immediately could work out, but you are dealing with an Ionia list, so, of course, Deny is on the table. Swim running 2 of, not the 3 of that we'd seen a lot recently, but... yeah, Swim able to take game 1 with that Lee Sin deck. Gonna take that over Vig, but we'll see if he can find the win against the Pirate Burn that we expect. I think this is not gonna be Pirate Burn from discard
from Swim. I'm so used to, I'm just like, everybody's got Pirate Burn. That's not true. There's I believe 5 of them, so there's a lot. But it's not everybody. There are still 3 people that are not running Pirate Burn this week, and Swim is one of them. He's running Discard, which is... I love Discard as a deck. I think it's really fun to play. And Szerro, in fact, was swearing by this list for a really long time with the Poro Cannon release. He was saying, this is the best deck in the game. This is insane. And then, he didn't really bring it to Fight Night or bring it to tournaments. And I think he's kind of waned away from that at this point. But we see Swim bring it, and that's just kind of to know that, like, a lot of people still think this is a very good deck, and Swim bringing it today, just showing that he even thinks it's good enough to bring to a fight, and he thinks it might be, good enough to find the win. And well, this matchup will be hard. The cool thing about discard aggro is sometimes they can get some very, very quick kills very early on with the proper draws, and then they also have some good ways to continue to pressure damage through healing with the Jinx throughout the later stages of the game. So it's going to depend on what Swim can hit early on, but also, does Vig find the early board clears and the healing that he needs to make it to that Anivia?
Absolutely. I think the one notable difference between... well, there's a lot of differences between this deck and the Pirate Burn deck, but I think just in general for their play style differences, the discard aggro deck has those... it literally does not matter what deck you're playing against and what hand they have. It's just going to win, like, where you're putting out a bunch of, free spells that you're getting from discards. You have visions and get exciteds, etc. It can be brutal. In Pirate Burn kind of has those types, but really kind of not. It doesn't have, like, the unbeatable versus everything draw. It's just got a very consistent aggressive plan. And I was watching Swim's stream earlier today, and he kind of talked about that a little bit compared to Pirate Burn. So I can see the allure of bringing this deck in a a short form tournament format where it's like, okay, I'm gonna have an all right deck, but also I can just spike some wins and maybe flip some matchups that I'm not supposed to be winning on paper.
Yeah, and well, we look at this spot, and Vig did not have the Avalanche prior to this turn, but actually picks it up now. And Swim, that's one card that he has to be a little bit concerned about. He's like, okay, well, 4 mana, now is about the time that Avalanche comes online. My board is fairly weak to Avalanche, but if it was played in response to my Draven, I still get to push 3, I get a Spinning Axe, it's still an okay scenario. And we see that Vig is like, okay, yeah, this is not a great Avalanche, I might be able to get a better one later. And yeah, Swim just going to go all in on the attacks, because he probably doesn't want to get AoE'd at a later stage in the game. Ooh, interesting. You see, he's considering Poro Cannon on the Flame Chompers.
Can Poro Cannon on the Flame Chompers, and even if he really wanted to, could Spinning Axe it to kill, but and actually he's going for it. Yeah, I'm interested here. Kind of makes sense. It makes sense. It's a value trade, right? If he's gonna pull the spider, which I assume he would.
Yeah, he might as well value trade. I mean, yes, this gets rid of his own 2/2 House Spider with the 2/1, but I think that this is overall fine. I think the Challenger unit is better, and if that trade happened, then of course Draven gets in for extra damage, so we even see Vig trying to stop the damage, because this is basically just committing to playing Avalanche on this next turn.
Well, yes, and Vig is going to commit to either Avalanche on this turn, or just I guess he could just dump two drops here. I'm gonna go for the Avalanche and then potentially also the Sentry here. Really, Vig just needs to survive, right? Doesn't need to necessarily be super efficient about it. Doesn't need to be clean with the removal. Doesn't need to get the most value out of every spell. But does need to stay at a relatively healthy life total, because like you said, Casa, there is a lot of over the top with this discard deck through burn and just getting Jinx online.
Yeah, absolutely. And the Jinx level up gonna be very possible here for Swim, with 2 Rummages in hand as well as a Spinning Axe. It's just a matter of how he wants to set that up. There's actually a number of different ways that he can go for Jinx's level up if he actually wants to go for the level up here. So it is a bit interesting to see if he will. I think the most obvious one would just be to go for this swing, and then when the block comes out, you Spinning Axe the other target to get an additional face damage, and then you go for the Rummage immediately after to get the level up. So I mean, we'll see.
You'd have to do it before, right? Because Draven's gonna make an axe.
Right. So you commit this attack, you wait for the 2/1 to block, and then you commit the axe and the Rummage, and that's where the level up will come in. This feels awkward though because of the fact that there are things like Vile Feast, but there isn't the Unspeakable Horrors as well. So there's only 2 Vile Feast left, and there was an opportunity to Vile Feast this Draven. So I do think that Swim is likely like, okay, well, he would have had to top deck a Vile Feast for it to be there. So going Spinning Axe to Rummage, setting up the level up, I think seems like it makes a lot of sense to me here. Because at worst, your Draven gets grasped, and that's all 5 mana spent.
Yeah, I think it's pretty reasonable to put Vig on not having Vile Feast here, because it should have came out before blockers were declared, right? Because it would basically be Vig, gambling 3 damage to potentially get an axe out of Swim, which he's not necessarily going to commit. It would make very little sense for Vig to have a Vile Feast here, I think, is what Swim came to the conclusion of. And even so, even if worst case scenario happened, he's still going to have a leveled up Jinx, which is the ultimate goal here, I think.
Yeah, and crowd favorite playable on this turn.
Yeah, but we're gonna be going into 9 mana, 9 effective mana turn for Vig here.
Yeah, it's interesting because Swim wants to be able to empty his hand. He's going into turn 6, so he's playing this Augmented Experimenter, most likely. Now, obviously, if Vig passes and then it's like, okay, well, he's got Ruination, well, I'll pass back. But you want to play this Experimenter, so you might as well just play the crowd favorite and just get it out of your hand.
Right.
As, of course, here we go. We see the Ruination. And Swim's going to need to try to set up something scary because he can't actually get a rocket from the Jinx on this turn. So it really comes down to, does he Augmented Experimenter and look for some better plays? Yeah. Or does he just go, man, Arena Battlecaster and crowd favorite does not really sound like an amazing turn.
You know, what's interesting here is Vig did not attack with the Sentry here. And it feels like it was a free attack. If the block happens, the Sentry's dead. I guess if Swim blocked with exactly Draven and got an axe, that would be giving Swim slightly more value. But I think the attack could have came in as almost a soft pass over to Swim. It's definitely telegraphing the Ruination, right? But what does it matter? Playing the Ruination first action is also telegraphing the Ruination.
So you just like giving the option for Swim to just completely blunder this game away. Just giving the option for it to happen. Yeah.
Well, you took it away by just opening with the Ruination. And also, like, it's the chump check, right? Like, sometimes he takes 2 damage there because he's afraid, right? Like, if you don't have Ruination there, you attack. Swim goes, okay, well, he probably has Ruination. I'm just going to block with my 5/4, whatever. And if you don't have it, then maybe you're in a better spot. I think you make that attack there every time, unless I'm missing something. But I can't think of it off the top of my head. But, I mean, it's a little thing. Is it really going to impact this game specifically? Probably not. But it's those little things, Casa, that sometimes make huge differences later on in the game.
Oh, yeah, they can certainly add up. This was interesting overall for Swim. Decides to not go for the crowd favorite on the previous turn and then sets up with just a 2 damage open attack. I'm wondering when he actually gets to play this crowd favorite now, if this ever actually comes down or if it's just going to end up getting discarded. I think it getting discarded is like a highly likely situation.
Right.
But Swim, I don't think his position is too terrible at this point. It's a little scary because of the fact that Vig does have a lot of healing, and we know that Vig does have a lot of healing in hand. He's got 6 points of healing in hand already, actually 9, including this Kindly Tavern Keeper, which is yet to come down. But Swim's on to get excited. Jinx is already leveled up, and he does have an Augmented Experimenter to start to dig for those draws.
Yeah, I'm just... Swim is in a very... I mean, this is like the aggro dex nightmare, right? Your opponent's at 5, which is an obtainable amount of damage to do, but you know that your opponent's deck is basically nothing but removal and life gain and Anivia's to end the game eventually, right? And also, you know, Swim wants to kind of bait pass Vig into committing something, but Vig will take the pass every single time here. There's there's never really a scenario where Vig is going to be unhappy taking essentially the lobster pass to eat Swim's turn, right? Like, that's always going to be in Vig's favor here. So Swim is in a very interesting spot, and I think it's going to come down to how high can this Augmented Experimenter roll for him.
Yeah, I mean, it's got to find Jinx, but not only that, I think it's got to find Jinx plus good cards for her to actually guarantee a missile, because you have to assume that your Jinx is not long for this world against a Shadow Isles Freljord control deck. It's going to be very hard for her to stick onto the board. Now, I guess there's only 2 Vengeance. I say only 2, but yeah, I mean, there's 2 Vengeance in the deck.
Yeah.
Yes, she's out of range of just a single grasp because she is leveled. So there are some good things about the Jinx in this case against this. Like Vile Feast doesn't kill her, Avalanche doesn't kill her, Grasp doesn't kill her, Withering Wail doesn't kill her. You need a combination of a couple, or you need Vengeance, exactly Vengeance. So, I mean, that's not the worst spot, but he plays Draven's biggest fan, so that's going to guarantee a Draven draw off of this Augmented Experimenter. I guess Swim deciding he does want Draven.
Yeah. The thing about Jinx needing a combination of cards is that Vig has has 7 cards in hand. So who cares? Like, he doesn't care. Getting a card advantage, a card advantage positive play just doesn't matter, right? For Vig, it's just irrelevant. He can spend, if it costs 4 cards to kill Jinx, he doesn't care. He's still probably ahead in that exchange.
Yeah, Swim now needs to set up like a really good open attack unless he just wants to ignore Ruination for the rest of the game because he's already seen one, which might be the best line for Swim, actually.
Right.
He might be in a position where he probably loses to a lot of things, and Ruination is of course one of them, but he's seen one Ruination, which means there's only a single Ruination left in the deck, and he might not be able to develop a strong enough board that open attack is threatening enough versus the potential fast and burst speed spells of Vig. So he may just say, hey, you know what, if you've got the second Ruination, that's going to be game, and we'll see Swim go for a very wide develop. I do expect that this is going to be the classic Swim's going to take his full time to think this through, because this is a very tough decision for the aggro deck. There's essentially, it looks doomed, but there probably is a specific line that would find him the win, at least in theory, right? Like if it's like, oh, if I develop fully wide and he doesn't have Ruination, then maybe I can get in enough damage, right? So then he's calculating, okay, but if I go for the open attack, what cards are going to screw me over? If I go wide, are there still other cards other than Ruination that make... And Swim's the kind of player that's going to go through all of these options, and it's going to be hard for him to find it, but I do expect him to develop into this. I don't expect him to play around Ruin at this point.
I think you're correct here, and I think it's correct from Swim, honestly, even though it's going to potentially be just game over. Or, I mean... We can see Vig's hand. Like, this is pretty much exactly what the doctor ordered for this scenario. But Swim, like you mentioned, Casa, is going to be playing essentially as though Vig's hand is as bad as possible. And I think there's a win there possibly. Like, you could craft a series of cards in Vig's hand that would give Swim a win here. And that's how Swim is playing right now.
Yeah, and I mean, of course, like you said, we know Vig's got plenty to survive. I think it's very unlikely that he actually loses the game. But I like what Swim has done. Vig actually not even going to consider Ruination on this turn. And while Swim was able to develop wide, he has this Arena Battlecaster. And this is a very scary board that's going in. But, you know, Vig does have pretty good answers, of course. There's the Grasp. He's got some freezes. He's even going to let this egg die. Nivea die. Just to defend, because, well, the rest of this board is going to die to Anivia when she swings in on the counter swing, and he's able to stabilize at 11 health with a Ruination, with a Vengeance, with a couple flash freezes in tow, and then even this Harrowing to finish out the game once he's a little bit more comfortable on his attacking turn.
Yeah, and I actually really like the block with the Agnivia for a couple of reasons. It feigns weakness in that it makes Swim possibly think that Vig absolutely needs to block with the egg because he's afraid. It also, kind of leads Swim to believe that there might not be another Ruination. And also, you really, especially with the Harrowing, you really don't need much. You don't need 50 Anivias, right? One or two is going to do the job.
Yeah, this is interesting though from Swim. So if he's able to survive this turn, which I think he is, he actually gets to develop this Jinx without it dying immediately. So it will get to draw more cards. Now, again, this is going to be Vengeance. This is double flash freeze, Catalyst for some extra healing, but that does enable the potential for Swim to actually create a couple rockets. He can make one on this turn.
Make one on this turn and potentially can make one next turn too. That's gonna be 8. Yeah, I mean
there's a world like Get Excited being the way to make it on the next turn. You know,
yeah.
That's another 3 damage. Yes, there's some healing from Vig. Maybe, you know, I think it's low percentage, but Swim might be able to craft a victory.
Oh, actually, oh no, yeah, because he can just play out the Flame Chompers. Oh no, the Draven's not actually striking. Right, he's dying to Anivia. That's right.
Yeah.
I don't think the door is open for Swim, but I think there's a little crack that is peeking through a little bit of a draft.
Looking through the keyhole.
Yeah.
And we see a Kindly Tavern Keeper picked up for Vig, and that extra healing gonna be able to basically just nullify this Super Mega Death Rocket. So that the crack under the door is getting covered up.
Yeah, the Kindly Tavern Keeper has sprayed the door down with mead, and now there's mead in Swim's eye after looking through the keyhole.
Just doing some housekeeping on the old tavern, cleaning things up. It's a little chilly in here. There's a draft. You got some WD-40, you know, making sure everything works better.
Wait, how does WD-40 help a draft?
it's not doing anything. He's made the doors creaking.
Okay, there we go. I like it.
I got lost.
I mean, for what it's worth, WD-40 is, you know, generally useful for for everything. But yeah, I think this not going to do much here. Swim is pretty much just kind of dead as the board stands, and if Vig could show Swim his hand, I feel like Swim would feel a lot better in conceding.
Yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, Swim's just like, okay, well, my Jinx is still on board, so we're chilling for now until you prove that this Jinx is not going to survive. Right. I can still win this game. Okay, cool. All right, we're done. So there we go.
Yeah. Well, so Swim's gonna be able to attack here for 2, put Vig down to 4. If Swim draws, I got nothing. I think it's just I can't even craft a
third Jinx.
Oh yeah, third Jinx. Okay, into
Get Excited.
Okay, Experimenter is always the beginning of these. Yeah, always the beginning of these sequences.
This is how we craft wins with this deck for sure.
Yes. The don't be mad, the classic don't be mad from the way back when. Just draw Experimenter forehead.
Yeah, like what if he hit Jinx and Get Excited here? Okay. That, you know, that's he's dead. Well, he's not quite dead.
Not technically.
That's 6 damage on board.
However, I think Whale will do it. Yeah.
Yes. He can't get enough things on board.
You can get one additional thing, but it's going to be 6 coming through, and then any of those hitting is going to be enough.
Okay, technically not dead because he could get excited. Oh no, they're all too healthy. Yep. That actually finally is 100% going to be the game to Vig. It's been pretty much on the verge of that this whole time, but honestly, Swim did come a little bit close. Right. Look, he's 1 damage off before this Withering Wail resolves. I mean, that is a very, very close game. Yeah. And Swim held on. He almost was able to turn this around and find it. Vig able to pick up the win. This is a matchup that he should be winning, right? This Anivia deck should be beating every single one of these more, you know, aggressive style of lists. This is what he brought it for. It lost to Lee Sin, but it finds the win here. And now he's going to be playing his own aggro deck, Pirate Burn, going up against Jinx Draven.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly why you bring this Anivia deck, right? If it's not winning that matchup, then you really got to go back to the drawing board with what you're bringing as your anti-aggro deck, because the deck's not beating Lee Sin, I don't think, a lot of in a highly favored amount of times. And you know, the read for this week certainly had to be that aggressive decks were going to be there in some number, right? Like it just had to be.
Yeah, no, I mean, absolutely. And I think it's a good read, specifically with that in mind. With thinking, okay, I want to be able to beat aggro decks. I look through, we look... There's probably somewhere around 12 aggressive decks in this lineup.
Yeah, depending on where you draw the line. But yeah,
depending where you draw the line.
3, 4, 5,
so
6, yeah.
I think that in that case, the read was quite good. I think he's going to be able to find a lot of wins with this list in general.
Yep.
I think it's going to work out solid for him. But overall, it is a bit scary going against Lee Sin. I think that is the worry, that is the concern, that he's going to give free wins to Lee Sin in just about every matchup, unless he can, get the Q into Lee Sin with his Pirate aggro, because I think that's huge. If he can beat Lee Sin with Pirate aggro, and then he just has that deck, that Anivia deck, to play twice, I think Vig's in a really good spot for this this tournament. I think in this meta, I think he's got a really good chance. But here is going to be an aggro matchup for the Pirate Burn. Can it take down Discard? You were saying Swim was talking about this a little bit on stream earlier. Did he talk about the matchup in particular because I'm sure he expected to queue into this with his Discard aggro.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure. I know Kuvira, of course, who's been either deck building and or playing in many of the past few fight nights, was on stream as well, talking about this and sort of helping Swim through this. I have to imagine it's short-sighted to bring a deck that you think has a bad matchup against Pirate aggro when you could just be playing Pirate aggro, right? Like, I guess if your other deck just auto wins to Pirate aggro, which Swim's other deck is a Lee Sin deck, so I would say no to that. I don't know. You could also go again, I'm not a pro lineup builder, but you can go the route of, okay, I'm just going to lose to Pirate aggro. They're only going to get one win. I'm going to beat every other deck with my 2 decks. So I don't know. It's tough.
Yeah, I mean, especially because it's not like Swim's using the regions, right? Yeah, he's using Noxus in this deck, but Noxus could be with Bilgewater in Pirate aggro. It's not like he wanted to run another Bilgewater list. That could be a reason to not run Pirate. Like maybe you had a Bilgewater list you wanted to play.
If you wanted to play Swain TF or something.
Well, that would also have Noxus, so it would have to be. I mean, I'm not sure. Maybe the Bilgewater list that you would want to play doesn't even exist right now. We'll use Deep as example, even though we haven't seen it in a while recently. Right, if you want to play Big Bilge,
I saw a little bit of it this week.
We saw a little. We've seen it in Fight Night fairly recently as well, but usually it's like a one of, and it doesn't actually get very far when we've seen it. But it does come around. Big Bilge rears his ugly head occasionally.
Yeah,
makes its way into a Fight Night.
It would be really hard for me, last week or even this week, playing a deck that is heavily unfavored to Lee Sin, and I think Big Bilge is just a complete dog to that deck. So
yeah, I would agree with that. I think it heavily struggles, and therefore probably not your best pickup to be playing. But that would also be a way that, hey, I want to play Bilge, and I want to play my Noxus aggro deck elsewhere. But so far, looking at this, I mean, it seems to be working out fine for Swim in the early game. He's up in damage currently. Even on mana here, there's some bank mana for Vig, but he's got his champions. He's got his Jinx. He's got his Draven. That's what he'd like to see in general here. He has the ways to easily level up Jinx once again. I think that both of these starts from Swim have been solid. The last deck that he was playing against, that's just a bad matchup. That's super hard. I felt like his hand was pretty good. I thought he had a solid setup. He almost even won that game. So once again, the setup for Swim is very good. He just wants to find an opportunity where he's got enough mana that he can play Jinx and level her at the same time so she doesn't die to something like Fervor. That's like a big lose condition for Swim if he randomly loses his Jinx to a Fervor, and I think he's playing around that pretty beautifully.
Yeah, and I'm going to be honest, I'm not even convinced that that's necessarily the case. I think if you're taking Fervors away from your face, you can craft a game plan where that's a W in this deck. I mean, you have so much refill and cycling with this deck, whether it's rummages, if it's experimenters. I mean, you may be right. Like if your eggs are in the Jinx basket and your Jinx dies, that can certainly be a negative. But I think in general, you're probably kind of fine if a Fervor is coming off of essentially 2-for-1ing yourself and pseudo gaining you 3 life by taking away a Fervor and going on to a Jinx.
I think we have a case here where we're probably both right. I think he absolutely can craft a win without the Jinx, but I also think that if Swim is able to get Jinx online, he's almost, assuredly going to win, because you're not going to outrace a Jinx on board if she's getting Super Mega Death Rockets out on every turn. Like there's not really a combination of cards that you're going to find that's going to win that race unless you're already very ahead.
Right. Swim here, I think if I'm imagining here, Swim is thinking, okay, I want to set up my Jinx to level up, like you mentioned, Cassid, but also I don't want to just lose to a Make It Rain. And as we can see, there is a Make It Rain for Vig, but having that juicy, delicious board of 2 1-health units exactly is just not necessarily where you want to be if you're Swim. And also, this Draven's biggest fan is going to ensure that a Draven is coming out, right? So now either the Draven or the Jinx is coming out. And if it's the Jinx and Swim wants to level the Jinx, it's going to be at the cost of Draven.
Yeah, that is interesting. I think maybe he just doesn't go for the level on this turn. I think kind of slow rolls it and gets the Draven out. Okay, never mind. Here we are. He's going to go for the attack and just clear away. I think maybe the go button for Swim here was that Saboteur is something that is worth him removing. And he has this Flame Chompers on the board. He can just go for the attack, pull it to the side, and push damage with Jinx as well. I mean, he can push 5 here. That's huge. Well, 7 theoretically, right? He's got Draven's biggest fan in there as well. So this, I think that being the play ended up being a pretty big go button because it can actually get the trade. But we're going to see an attempt on Jinx's life. And I think it missed. It did. Jinx going to stay alive. Oof. And that is massive for Swim. Heartbreaking for Vig, but maybe he can come back with the Gangplank. I will say it's going to be hard. He's at 10. Jinx is drawing extra cards. And he can find the missile on 1 action in response to whatever is played.
Yeah, and get value off of the Zonai. Beautiful draw from Swim. Swim is in no danger. Well, is in very little danger, I would say. Vig can deal with the Jinx, technically.
Right, on the next turn, he could go for something like a Fervor. I almost like Swim just taking the 5 and racing, trying to make 1 more Super Mega Death Rocket. That should be able to just win the game outright. 13 health is plenty against 2 cards.
Right.
I think that this is looking really good for Swim. I mean, he's pushing Vig down to 6 with this Super Mega Death Rocket. He gets rid of that barrel on board. He can set up to just open attack. And that, well, depending on his draw, because of course, if he has a draw that he needs to play a unit in order to get the Super Mega Death Rocket, then he should, of course, ensure that he gets that first. And, well, of course, it is going to need to be this Arena Battlecaster.
Ooh.
I think that Swim really should play the Battlecaster because both of the other spells are at burst speed.
Yep.
So he can just give Vig a single action of priority to make a play, and then honestly, the Arena Battlecaster is probably improving the damage he's dealing overall, no matter what.
Oh, definitely.
So I think that it's just kind of a no-brainer here from Swim, and yeah, he's going to go for it.
Yeah, this happens. The rocket comes out in response and actually kills the Gangplank here, too. Yeah, this is insane.
I mean, well, Vig is just dead anyway to this board. Like, this is so much damage already. I mean, that's, just 6 from the Battlecaster and his buff alone. And then, another Well,
Yeah.
a lot. It's
Big
13
saw
plus
it,
a
yeah.
rocket. Yeah, that's that's plenty. And Swim's gonna pick up the win over Vig. It's interesting to see for sure. I like the lineup from Vig overall, but it just didn't work out exactly how he wanted it. He wants that aggro matchup into Lee Sin. He didn't get it. Lee Sin gets the kind of free win over his cloning list, but then his cloning list gets the free win over an aggro deck, and he ends up in the aggro matchup where just the discard deck went a little bit faster. It just went faster than the Pirate Bird, and Vig's gonna have to make his way through the losers bracket as we will see Swim advance. Vig will be dropping down to play against Blazin Asian, I believe, and we'll see Swim moving on to face off against Xeloo in the winners semifinal. Let's take a look at the bracket and kind of see where the rest is going on here, Blev.
Yeah, we saw Winding God versus Szerro as our first feature match, and Winding God came back with a vengeance, answered the call of the mountain, took down last week's champion Szerro 2-0. Sharkwe versus Guardia still playing out here. They are in game 3 now. Xeloo blazed past Blazin Asian, and then of course we just saw the Swim match conclude there. But man, this is it's crazy, Cass. We're seeing these they're almost like arcs like in an anime. And again, we've mentioned that it is absolutely
the lore anime exists. Yeah,
the LOR Fight Night anime exists, but even less so the characters, like just the arcs. It's like the metas are themselves an arc, and like we're in the Lee Sin pirate aggro arc right now, and this is episode 2 where the bad guy is shown, and now we're trying to beat the bad guy down, and then maybe next week we'll see it's not even their final four. It's
and once again, Blevins, you bring this up, and guess who shows up after being gone for so long, and brings no Lee Sin deck.
Yeah.
It's Yuki himself, Yukimoto, Winding God, showing up with Nightfall aggro and Pirate Burn, takes out a Lee Sin in round 1.
Yep.
Like, what do we expect from this guy? He comes in every single time he's here, and he puts on a show. He's generally in that top 4. I mean, I think he has more top 2s than not top 2s in Fight Nights so far,
which is kind of insane.
and I mean, already takes down our previous champion Szerro, and Szerro not just like a one-off champion who came in and had one good performance. He's won twice. It's not his first rodeo. This is someone who's been prolific. I think there was it's Statman. There's a Latin American Twitter account. No, Statman. He's post something that shows the best results of Fight Night players. I think after his win, Szerro is like the 3rd highest win rate of any person in Fight Night right now. So he's been really insane across his Giant Slayer performances. We'll have to find that graphic and retweet it or something. It's really cool. We'll make sure that we can show that at some point. But anyways, looking at this bracket, we had a little bit of a delay with the game of Guardia and Sharkway, so we are going to be waiting on that. But hopefully we can get into something soon. I think Xeloo and Swim will be ready to go soon enough. And it looks like we are going to have Guardia and Sharkway. We're going to have their final game here. They are tied up 1-1, and it looks like the aggro deck has found a way to get through the Lee Sin, potentially.
Wow.
It's 20 health here.
Yeah, but that doesn't matter. I'm trying to think here. If there were some number of Moon Silvers and Pale Cascades, maybe could do something here. Let's just say double Moon Silver, Pale Cascade.
I mean 5 mana is the part that's making me not feel like there's a shot.
A Moon Silver and 3 Pale Cascades is still 1 damage off because of the spider.
Well, he would also need to get the Overwhelm onto this Lee Sin, because that's not even
he doesn't even already have it.
Yeah, so this Sharkway. Now this is a deck I wanted to talk about at some point here. We are only getting the tail end of this. But Sharkway has brought a mono SI with Relentless Pursuit. The only Demacia cards that you're seeing there, you see Demacia Shadow Owl, it's 2 of a Relentless Pursuit. This is full Shadow Isles, full Mist Wraiths, and it's got Nocturne to just use as essentially a 4-mana skitterer that can apply vulnerable to a target. And I love this style of deck. I think this is super cool. It's just full all in on the fearsomes, and it's very aggressive. I think this is great against Lee Sin. They don't run a lot of units, and the ones they do are pretty low attack value. So I do think that this is a great deck to counter out all the Lee Sins. And I think Sharkwee's going to have a pretty good time in this tournament playing against them, as we already see him, I believe, just taking down Guardia here. I'm pretty sure this is just guaranteed win. 2 health, he's got a full board. I don't think that there's anything Guardia can do. I could potentially be wrong, but I'm under the impression that Sharkwee is ending the game right now.
Yeah, I'm trying to pull up Guardia's list here. Some of them run some silly cards. Not silly, interesting cards, I guess.
Silly little cards.
Silly little cards, but no, the only life gain is Guiding Touch, and of course the Eye of the Dragon. Neither of which. Okay, we're gonna need, I think, more Guiding Touches than are legal to put in a deck.
Yeah,
that's still not enough. You're still off by quite a bit. If we have Stun, still off.
Yeah, I mean, you can't get there, actually. 8 damage.
If we have another Guiding Touch and then Moonsilver Stun,
it's still not enough.
Would be off by 1 health.
Yeah, that's how. I mean, that's how much damage Shark was presenting. He was putting for 19 at the start of this. I mean, this is just a slaughter at this point in the game. I mean, this is a very aggressive. The Sharks are here. The water is chummed, and they're circling as he picks up that win. I mean.
Yeah,
Sharkwee, I like this lineup a lot going into the Lee Sins. I think he's got, he's got his own Lee Sin, the Diana Lee version, the teal red. We'll be talking about that later. We're gonna probably be seeing that deck at some point today. There's quite a few of them, but also just this fearsome deck with Rally. I think this is a very cool list. I'm hyped to see a little bit more of that as we see Sharkwee advance winner's side.
It is a very it's a very strong deck, especially into the other aggressive decks, because they can't really block. But here we go, our updated graphic here for the bracket. Sharkwee going to be going up against Winding God Xeloo versus Swim. Then on the loser side, we've got Szerro versus Guardia. I mean, there's another finals caliber. I mean, Fight Night champion match there in the losers bracket, and then Blazing Asian versus Vig. So. Oh, man, Casa, some great matches we've already seen after our first round, but boy, do we have a lot of great LOR action coming up, too.
Yeah, I mean, interesting, Sharkwee, not a name that I had seen a ton, of course, coming from the Brazilian scene. I know a good amount about the Brazilian scene, but I don't know every single player. Sharkwee kind of came onto my radar with Ascent of Targon. I know I researched him a bit after that, and I know he had a lot of good results prior to that. He'd been doing a lot, but that's when I first kind of saw Sharkwee, and I was like, wow, this guy's really, really good. And he made it quite far in that tournament. He was doing really well. And of course, we knew, hey, we got to get him onto Fight Night. But other than that, going up against Winding God, I think this is going to be really interesting. I think he missed Winding God in Ascent of Targon. I don't think he actually played against him. And so having a chance to actually see that matchup play out here in Fight Night is going to be really cool to see. I think his lineup is super interesting, but it's targeted towards the Lee Sins. And Winding God, of course, not running Lee Sin.
Just 5-heading it.
But I do think that this fearsome deck with Relentless Pursuit does fine into these other aggressive lists. I think that fearsome units are good against a lot of aggressive units because they're just bigger. But I think that Sharkwee is still going to have a decent shot. It just comes down to Diana Lee Sin. Now that's the big question. I know we were talking about this pre-show, and you like this less than just the mono Lee Sin version right now.
I do, but I like it more. We don't see any Zed Lee, so I think that's kind of, that experiment is over. I think this is the new experiment, and I think that this list is at least doing something that makes sense. The Zed Lee, I don't want to harp too much on it, but basically it was not helping the Lee Sin game plan at all. This one is diluting the Lee Sin game plan a little bit, but you're actually gaining something in the form of, you've got some more units to actually interact with. Diana helps you deal with the aggro matchups a little bit more, whereas Zed is just another angle of attack and is kind of chipping your opponent down, except Lee Sin does a full 20 himself, so what's the point? Again, I'm not trying to harp on that deck. It was great. It was terrible.
Not trying to harp. Proceeds to harp on it.
That's the joke. This one, at least with Diana, is actually putting forth, is attacking at a different angle. Like I said, Diana is actually able to control the board a little bit, which is a problem for the Lee Sin deck. If you don't have an Eye of the Dragon out, you're kind of just taking all of the damage in the world. The Mountain Goat does actually help a bit, and it is one that I've slotted into the Mono Lee as well. It helps control the board. It also generates the gem, of course. It has been super great, but man, Horns of the Dragon is one that I've just not seen play out yet, but it kind of makes sense, I guess. In this deck. I don't know.
Double attack with Zenith Blade is obviously very right? Double attack with any buff is going to be very scary. Horns of the Dragon was something that we actually saw in the like original versions of Kickaxe.
Yes.
We're actually playing Horns of the Dragon, and they were utilizing the Overwhelm from Noxus in order to find those wins. But, you know, we're going to be going into Xeloo versus Swim. Swim is playing... Which version of Lee Sin? He has Diana Lee. So
yes,
this is... We're going to see how close his version is. It's actually quite different. Doesn't run the Horns of the Dragon. This is going to be Tasty Feyfolk as the other kind of slot in. Get a little bit more lifesteal against these aggressive decks. I like how this is teched. I like Tasty Feyfolk, Diana to help you in the early game.
Yeah.
I think that's really solid against some of these aggro decks, as we're going to see him going up against Xeloo, going to be running Pirate Burn. So this is... okay. I didn't see the second deck yet.
That's why I was exclaiming off camera. I have never wanted someone to win more in my life than I've wanted Xeloo to win. He brought Emusives, Casa! Emusives! Oh, I'm so happy. Take that, Zinc. This is what you get. You are not the first person to bring Emusives to Fight Night. It was Xeloo. I'm so happy. But that's not the matchup we're looking at now. We'll be talking about that eventually. But yeah, I mean, this is... certainly it's an uphill battle for Swim, even with the Diana version. I don't think that you're all of a sudden favored here. I think you're turning a bad matchup into a winnable matchup.
Yeah, bad matchup into a better matchup for sure. Something that's it's worth doing, especially in these tournaments when you know or have a good idea of what you're going to be running into. And so, you know, Swim, even having, like you said, I think the Eye of the Dragon going to help out in the early game as well. Just having the lifesteal available to you, and the Tasty Feyfolk is that kind of, you know, oh boy, I'm in a tough spot. Press this button, break open Feyfolk in case of emergency.
Bite
to try
in
and
case
heal.
of hungry.
Yeah, bite in case of hungry. Get that 4 health back at some point later on. And I think that's going to be nice for Swim.
Yeah, and also, I mean, it's worth noting that in other matchups, the Feyfolk is an all right unit to invest resources into or to give Mentor of the Stones buffs to. Like, some decks just aren't beating that. In the aggressive matchups, I think it's probably a little bit too slow to actually get up and running. But, like, if you have, you know, a 6/4 Tasty Feyfolk, even in like mid-range matchups, like that's not really easy to deal with at all.
Yeah, no, it can absolutely be tough. And I like this play from Swim in the early game as well. Just going to use that Bastion onto the Eye of the Dragon just to allow it to trade off. You can actually have it be protected against things like the Make It Rain, any of the spells that can come down. Now, Xeloo is going for the I Hate Spells version of the deck, so he does not actually have Make It Rains. So the Spell Shield is going to be less value just in general for Swim, so just using it as a way to potentially proc the Dragonling alongside actually trading with that unit with the Eye of the Dragon is going to be big for Swim, and we see him use the Guiding Touch, heal 2 on the Eye now to create 2 for the Dragonling to heal yourself, and then also protect this Dragonling to keep it on board even longer.
Yeah, I'm actually not sure that the Eye of the Dragon being because there is no Make It Rain, I'm not sure that being a 2/3, being a 2/3 is a little bit better than being a 2/1, but I don't actually know how much better it is. I almost would have. I think it was a consideration to just leave it as a 2/1 with the spell shield, but here I actually don't hate developing the Zenith Blade on the dragon here. The Eye of the Dragon, not the actual Dragonling. Because if you play it first action, it's replacing itself. And cycling through your Zenith Blades, in some matchups you want to be careful with them because like there's a good chance that they're going to kill your first Lee Sin or even your second one potentially with a Zenith Blade, and you don't want to run out. In this matchup, that's not going to happen. So what you want to do is make your Eye of the Dragon much less likely to die and actually be able to block effectively and be able to block the Precious Pets by giving it 3 power, as well as reducing the chances that you're going to draw one of those Zenith Blades, because that's just always the worst feeling when you have a Zenith Blade in hand and then you draw one naturally.
Yeah, I actually really like that idea, Blev. I think that would have been really solid. I think that Swim's plan must be that he wants to play something like Deep Med on this turn, or potentially he wants to go for Sonic Wave Resonating Strike. I think those were kind of the potential reasons for him not going that direction, and it is going to be the Sonic Wave Resonating Strike on this turn. No, but I like the concept. You don't want to draw Zenith Blades in this matchup early on, so getting them out of his deck would be good, and then you have the upside of protecting your Eye of the Dragon and being able to. So I think there was a lot of good things that would come of playing a Zenith Blade on this turn. I think the line that Swim has gone for is solid as well, and particularly is going to give him additional lifesteal on this turn. It's not going to deal with these fearsome attackers, however, but overall, it's a pretty solid setup. This is looking like an Noxian Fervor. It's the only fast spell. Well, it's guaranteed. Yeah, it's the only fast spell in the deck.
Yep.
And he stop the lifesteal.
It's also the only card that can be drawn off of Zap Spray Fin, so it was 100% that he had. It's the
only of a lot of things, actually, in this case.
Yes.
The only fast spell in the deck, the only thing that could be drawn off of Zap Spray Fin, and the only thing he could have played for that amount of mana.
Right.
So, you know.
The only thing that was really punishing to that play as well, which is, I'm actually kind of, I mean, I guess I would say it doesn't really matter, but it absolutely does. Saving spell mana is a huge thing in this deck. The Lee Sin deck, that is. So I'm actually really interested. I guess it was to get the Dragonling, but again, like we can see, having the Dragonling here did actual nothing.
Yeah, I mean, the Dragonling's not getting anything done. The last 2 Dragonlings have not been able to lifesteal. Swim is dropping down to 8 already here. 5 mana from Xeloo.
Yep.
Going to be able to continue this pressure. If he's got a Decimate, I mean, he's almost there.
Yeah. The good news for Swim is that he is, the Dragonlings have not gained a lot of life, but they are exerting pressure. And because Swim is playing a more sort of tap out style right now, where he's essentially spending all of his mana every turn. He's making sure he's getting double spell so he can get a Dragonling every turn. He's chipping away, which normally isn't amazing or isn't necessary in this deck, but in this scenario it may come down to Lee Sin only being like, I don't know, a 6 or 7 attack Lee Sin hitting for 12, and then that is big. That is definitely big.
Yeah, no, I mean, your point absolutely stands. Being able to get this chip damage in, set up your Lee Sin to win on an earlier timer, instead of having to deal 20 damage. We're going to look at this Lee Sin come down. He's likely going to be just dealing 10. Right, it's going to be the leveled up Lee Sin with the Zenith Blade. So you want to be able to try and chip away to get there. And, well, Tasty Feyfolk is definitely a huge pickup for Swim. Like, that tech choice, this is effectively 4 life that he's going to probably find at some point in this game. We already saw 1 Fervor. So, yes, Fervor can maybe come down. Second Fervor can deny the Feyfolk 1 more turn. But then what? You're going to continue to attack in. Feyfolk is still there. This is at some point in this game, this Feyfolk is probably going to lifesteal for 4. But we do see Lee Sin. That's going to be the play here for Swim. He can get the challenge, but he actually can't play 2 spells with this Lee Sin.
Yep. I think that's going to be fine for the most part. this is a matchup where if the only way to interact with Lee Sin is going to be like we mentioned before, Noxian Fervor. So any fervor that's going anywhere but your face is a good thing, right? So if Lee Sin, has to take 2 damage here by eating a spider, that's going to be fine. It's going to be fine for Swim.
Yeah, and this is this is Guiding Touch. Can try and heal Swim a little bit more. He's got a Dragon Link board. He notably can't go Diana unless he just doesn't want to challenge with Lee Sin. Oh wait, never mind. That is he's got the pedal.
Yeah,
this is big. Yeah, pedal
huge.
Diana is definitely big. He can kill both of these spiders.
Yep, can kill both of the spiders, and now notably, and this is I think what Swim is saying here, if Xeloo wants to prevent the life gain from the Dragonling, it's gonna come at the cost of his ballista, and would leave Xeloo with no board whatsoever. And I think that's probably a winning line for Swim.
Yeah, it definitely looks good. It's definitely a good position for Swim. The big ticket items for Xeloo now are going to be things Farron, but the Lee Sin is already established. And I think Swim's got enough HP and enough, answers that even Farron might not be enough, because we see this concussive palm.
Yeah.
That will easily answer the Farron, and then Lee Sin will be leveled and can kick him back to hand. So then it just comes down to, can the decimates come down fast enough? And I don't know if they can.
Farron is 2 turns away as well. I don't know what Lee Sin is at right now.
I believe 6 of 8.
6 of 8.
Or 7, actually. 7. I think he was 6 of 8, and then the pedal was played.
Yep, you're correct. 7 of 8. Yeah, if I'm in Swim's chair, I'm feeling pretty good right now. Lee Sin is going to be 4 or 5. Yeah, it's going to be threatening 10 if the Zenith Blade comes down on him. You're really not afraid of anything. There is 10 mana. I guess technically double decimate would kill, right? Would be no, wouldn't kill because he has the guiding touch. So that's worst case scenario, I think, is double decimate, which you survive.
Okay. Well, here's one.
Yep.
So something like double decimate fervor is just the nightmare scenario here for Swim.
Right. Hush is interesting. Hush can effectively gain a life on the attack by hushing the ballista if he wants to, though I don't think he was gonna want to. Maybe.
Man, if he has the 3rd decimate from this game, that puts us in an interesting scenario.
3rd decimate double, or 3rd decimate second fervor would
5 of 6 spells.
Yeah.
Is what that would be.
It's not unreasonable for sure. Certainly is possible.
Well, I actually don't even think that's a hand you would normally want, but in this spot it might be able to find the win. Zap, I mean there's fervor.
Yep, there's another fervor.
I do love builds where you know what Zap's gonna draw. I do love when you're I know this is the card I want, and that's why I'm playing Zap, because I think Zap is a generally good card. 4-drop, 2/2 elusive. You get the attune as well.
Yeah,
it feels good.
I like it too. I also really like Make It Rain right now. Just in this current meta, I think Make It Rain is a great card. Here it looks like, so the fervor does 2 things here. Actually, it not only is threatening to do 3 damage to Swim's face and kill him potentially, it's also throwing off the it is throwing off the Lee Sin combo math. Because you can fervor to essentially counter the kick part.
Yeah. This is interesting because Swim can clear the board, but then he can't kick with Lee Sin. So he actually would do less damage on his attack.
Right. Well, he's not kicking anyway because of the fervor.
Right, that's true.
I like clearing the board here if you can, because it means that it's going to be 2 actions minimum to get that fervor online, which for 100% is in Xeloo's hand right now. Okay. So clear. We'll put Swim down to 4 rather.
Why not block with Lee Sin here?
Instead of the eye?
Instead of the Diana.
Because the Lee Sin would die.
They had a barrier.
Oh, you bring up a really great point. I have no idea.
There's no spells in the deck other than the fervor.
No, that I think was just a mistake. Yeah, that was, I think, just did not factor in Lee Sin having barrier there.
And now, I mean, Grenadier plus the fervor is 4. If Swim waits, open attack with the Eye of the Dragon. Okay, well.
4, 8, 9, 10.
Never mind.
4, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Oh, that's just lethal.
Yeah, he's got it with the Pale Cascade. He's also just healing 6.
Right. I mean, he knows, like, there's nothing to think about here. He knows there's no cards that can be played. Literally 0 cards in deck.
There's no make it range.
Look at the deck. Yeah, just look at the deck. It would be a 100% punt if didn't go for it here.
Yeah, and Swim's got it in this first game. The Lee Sin able to hold on against the aggro deck, and now, Xeloo has to beat Swim's aggro list twice.
Yeah.
That's going to be tough. Xeloo wants to play against these Lee Sins. He wants to beat these Lee Sins, but I love how this has been teched by Swim. I think that this is... It has those ways to beat aggro. Like, this was a close match, but he healed so much with the Eye of the Dragons. Now, obviously, he was pretty fortunate to hit so many guiding touches, to continue to draw a lot in the early game, continue to spawn those Dragonlings, force out a lot of resources early on. And then, the Tasty Fey Folk didn't come into effect, but that's because he had other ways of stabilizing and staying alive at that point. So, I mean, just the way this is crafted to deal with aggro is quite good. It'll be interesting to see if he runs into Lee Sin mirrors, if he runs into trouble. Yeah. But specifically against this field where we see so much aggro, I think this is a really good build for Swim. I think that this lineup is working well. And if we continue to see discard do what it's been doing against the Pirate Burn list, then I think Swim is an early favorite to actually take the tournament. Because I think that his lineup is built so well against all this aggro that we're seeing.
Yeah, I mean, if you brought decks that are winnable against pirate aggro, you're going to be in a good spot in this tournament in general. I mean, that's the level 2 here, right? We saw so much of it last week. It's not really a deck that gets easily attacked. I mean, even if this discard deck has a decent matchup against it, it doesn't feel like a matchup where you're playing against like a War Mothers with a Lee Sin, where you're just like, okay, I just need to like play my spells and not completely biff this and I'm going to win. It's like, well, you still always have that chance where they just kill you, right?
Yeah. Well, look at this. Xeloo's got a slow hand going up against discard. I won't say that Swim's hand is incredibly fast. He could rummage 2 jury rigs to start things out, but looking at the double champion hand again, he's not going to be doing that. Zonite Urchin, great pickup. It gives him something actionable to do on turn 2. And then he goes into double champion. He goes into Draven 3, Jinx 4. Once again, Swim, 3 games in a row we've seen this. 3 games in a row does he go Draven into Jinx. Like, this is exactly what you want to see with the list.
That's why I play the deck, right? I mean, this is another one of those decks we were talking last week about. No, we were talking in the Ascent to Targon Invitational. We were talking about the Fiora Shen deck being one of the oldest decks in Runeterra. This is also one of them, Casa, one we've seen for a long time. I mean, even back in the closed beta.
Was it literally the first tournament or the second tournament we ever cast together, Blevin? That this was what was running around a lot. I mean, don't be mad.
One of
Legend
the two,
of Doc.
Yeah. Legend of Doc was one of the earlier ones we did, yeah.
Shout outs to Legend of Doc. Shout outs to Sparkling ISD and Pave.
Yeah.
Amazing tournament, but that was forever ago, ages ago.
Long time ago.
And it's back, you know? This list is back. Poro Cannon, of all things. A couple little fluffy Poros brought this back. Revived it.
Yeah.
Into being a meta deck once again.
Yeah, but Casa, like the Fey Blade Twirler says, don't let the fluffy tails fool you. Those are strong. Those are strong Poros.
Yeah, excellent.
Don't let the fluffy tails fool you. There you go.
No, I mean, honestly, it really, that card just giving more discard fodder, also being a card that discards itself, just in general, is really, really helpful. There's been, you know, buffs overall to discard cards in general, like Zonite Urchin. I think the change to Zonite Urchin was huge.
Huge.
And I just think that over the course of time, this deck has gotten better, even though, you know, back then it was very good just because aggro was very strong at that time. Now aggro is a lot harder to execute in the Targon world, where we've got a lot more defense. But, you know, it's keeping up. It's finding its way back in, and you know, the last 2 weeks we're seeing a very big influx of aggro in Fight Night. And this time, you know, I'm excited that we're getting some diversity in that aggro. It's not just one aggro deck is really good. Right. It seems like just aggro in general, there's a lot of good aggro lists that are working out, when a lot of people, myself included, kind of thought that Targon was the death of aggro for now. It wasn't a aggro will never come back. It was just a, like, it doesn't feel like it's playable right now, and that has been proved very wrong in these last 2 weeks, and that makes me really happy. I'm excited to see it, because we are getting diversity. You know, we're having a combo deck that is standing toe-to-toe with these aggro lists and actually still performing, which is incredible to see. Maybe it's not a good thing that this combo deck is standing toe-to-toe to aggro, but the fact that aggro is still able to beat it is important. The fact that it is beating it more often than not is still important.
I tread lightly when criticizing the Lee Sin deck, just because it might actually be my favorite deck that Runeterra has put out. It's great. Or that we've seen in Runeterra, just because I love the playstyle. I've always been a combo player. Combo has been my favorite archetype to play in general in card games. It feels a lot like a Splinter Twin deck, which many OG Magic people will know about. It feels a lot like that deck where you're playing like a kind of a controlling game for most of the game until, you know, you get the green light or you open up the door to go for the combo. I really like the deck, and I like the archetype. It might be a little bit too strong, but I personally don't think it is. Yeah,
I feel like we've already started to see the evolution of Lee Sin getting beat, and that's these aggro decks coming in, right?
Yeah.
Like, we may see tonight, we may not see Lee Sin win. It's possible. Winding God, I think his lineup looks really good. We're going to see how he does in this round. We'll see, you know, etc. of him going on, if that continues to be a strong lineup, but it's possible that we don't see Lee Sin win. And after basically 2 weeks of just him being dominant, and when I say 2 weeks of domination, in this game, I don't think 2 weeks is a long time for a deck to be dominant. Right. We're already starting to see adaptations towards trying to beat it instead of just play it. And I think that's been the beautiful thing of Fight Night in general, is we'll have something that will just be, you know, 13 of 16, or sorry, like 7 of 8 or 8 of 8 players bring this deck, right? Like, it's just everywhere. And then the next week it gets beat, or it doesn't show up, or 7 of 8 bring it, but that 8 of 8th player beats it.
Yeah.
And that's the beautiful thing that we've seen so far. And if Lee Sin is the same, I mean, it's possible that storyline comes to fruition.
Hey, that's why our Fight Night weekly script writers. I'm not talking about the guides. I mean the script for Fight Night. This is all scripted, by the way. I'm kidding. It's actually not. If you don't get that, that's a joke. Hit refresh on your thought process. But it's so that's what I was talking about, like the arcs of it. We're in the Lee Sin arc right now, and maybe like Pirate Aggro's maybe, I don't know if Pirate Aggro's on the same side as Lee Sin in this because they're kind of fighting together, but it's also fighting against, right? And like a good arc, you know, you'll have this big looming bad guy, the bad guy to beat, but then you'll put something up to try to beat that, and then maybe the next week it will be like you said, an evolution. And I think that is awesome. It's not as fun if it's just like, well, there can be a random smattering of decks every single week and we see no growth or change. It's just like, bring whatever 2 decks you want to play, and like whatever deck can win any time. It's like, that's fine, but I don't know, I kind of like the story arc of like, okay, we're gonna try to beat this deck. We're gonna bring a lineup that beats this deck specifically. I think those are some of the most interesting tournaments to watch, and to see how that, like, those lineups and that lineup build actually pays off so well.
Yeah, I mean, this conversation has gotten very meta, but we look at the board as well, and once again, discard is looking good, man. I mean,
yeah.
Now it's hard for me to be like, oh, is this always gonna be good? Because again, Swim is just on double champion. He's got great discard tools to look to level up this Jinx. Can he do it? He can.
Yes.
He can do it now.
Yep. There's a couple of ways he could do it if he wanted to. He can use Axe plus Get Excited or Axe plus Rummage. Probably the Get Excited, because you're only going to be able to discard 1 with Rummage.
Yeah, I'm curious what the best line is. He could just Get Excited and then try and use the Rummage later, but I do like leveling. It's just, does he want to try and preserve HP on Jinx? I guess it doesn't matter. Jinx's HP doesn't matter because this is not running any removal, really, other than these Fervors. So you don't have to worry about a Make It Rain. You don't have to worry about this Jinx dying.
Unless the Jinx is blocking a 5-1... or a 6-2 or a 6-4, or 5-1 or 5-3 are the same thing here. Yeah, this is just great for there you go. Now Swim finally looking at the deck list. Of course, he has the wrong screen up on his stream.
Oh,
well, there you get to look at Xeloo's deck. This would make sense that he wasn't looking at the deck before, because he was playing around. It seemed like he was playing around Make It Rain last game.
Yep. I wonder if he's laughing. I wonder if he has been, like, it did look like he was playing around Make It Rain, and I wonder if he's like, oh man, I have been playing around this whole time.
Playing around,
and he's just realizing it. Oh, swimmy.
Well, I mean, at the end of last game, for instance, we knew, like, we knew the second that he drew the Pale Cascade that it was just guaranteed. The only cards that could be played are Noxian Fervor, and there just wasn't a unit out. Yeah. So there was no decision. There was no calculation. It was, the only calculation was hover over the eye, see how far off you are. Oh, I'm 2 off. I have a Pale Cascade. Play it.
Yeah, I mean, he absolutely was just worried about a non-existent Make It Rain, a spectral Make It Rain.
Yep.
And playing some Phasmophobia. He's scared of ghosts right now.
Yep.
Hunting ghosts, hunting for cards that aren't there.
Now, this is interesting because Swim had the option of, could have just played the Get Excited to go face, and that generates a rocket. This can't be true. Please tell me this isn't true. Okay, so he saw the Zap Spray Fin come down. He knows there's another Fervor. Yep. This is a Jinx's Get Excited. Is he baiting Xeloo? Is he saying, 100%. "Oh, I got another unit here. 100%. I can't 100%. Get my rocket. Oh boy. Oh no. A bait.
Don't kill my Jinx."
Xeloo is, I think, hook,
line,
line,
don't do it.
sinkered. but it's going to end up being a hook line stinker if it goes off, because the second Jinx is going to come out, and essentially Swim is going to be able to not only get the House Spider out, but is going to effectively heal his Jinx up for 3.
This is just a really smart play from Swim. I think Xeloo always has to take that. I mean, he needs to remove this Jinx. He's not winning with it on the board. So I think Swim, knowing that, goes for it. I think that the emote was pretty cheeky for sure. I think it's very funny that he went for that. But yeah, it's a very, very clear line for Swim. He absolutely needs to go for that. Very smart for him to find it, though, instead of just being like, well, I can get a rocket by using this Get Excited. It's just better. Even if Xeloo passes it up, you miss one rocket, but you establish a lot of board control this way. And you know that it is there. You know that removal spell is there because you saw the Zap Sprayfin be played. So I think this was just really smart and well executed by Swim. Very, very clean play from him so far. I really love what we're seeing.
I think open attack here is threatens lethal with the rocket. So you open attack, block would push 5, would put Xeloo to 4. Rocket deals 4. I mean, I don't know if there's a losing line for Swim in this instance, but open attack seemed pretty safe.
All right.
Here. I guess at this point, now that you've committed, you might as well rocket, I think.
Yeah, I mean, the Saboteur is dying no matter what, right? So you don't want it to actually get blocking value. Probably just want it to die to the rocket.
Okay, and here's another here's an interesting thing about another interesting fact about Xeloo's deck. Only one petty officer, which we've already seen, so there's no double unit, potential sort of punish
other than this one.
This one, right. Well, and then also there's no House Spider, so it was literally just Island Navigator that is the punish. And of course it comes out.
Yeah.
I would just like to point out that my open attack play was slightly better than this.
Yeah, was better. Was a better line. Blevins had the better line.
I can't take full credit because we have caster vision, so obviously I'm seeing it much more clearly. I think it's not going to be super relevant here. I don't think. I mean, Swim is in such a scenario, is in such a good spot here. 2 champions online. No real sign of not getting a rocket every single turn for the rest of the game. Damage coming through. Healthy life total. I mean, hangs out with all the cool kids at lunch. Wears all the fanciest clothes. He's got the full package here.
He hangs out with the freshest chicks and the hottest dudes. Yeah. I mean, absolutely. I mean, just look at him. With a majestic mane. Runs his fingers through his hair as he just finishing off Xeloo here.
Yep.
I even think that I honestly get why he didn't open attack as well, because Poro Cannon versus actually just playing out the Urchin. I think the Urchin is like significantly better to be activating for the missile. So it's like for Swim's perspective, it's like, okay, if this isn't a guaranteed win, I want to make sure that I can at least be generating value with the card draw. But like obviously with the caster vision, and it's still arguable. I'm not even saying it's guaranteed that it was a better line. I just can see the perspective of the line he took there. And either way, we know he's going to find this win. I mean, he was in such a good position. There's basically no way to throw that one away. So Swim able to take this 2-0 over Xeloo, who was very impressive last week. Going winner's side to the final. He did end up falling to Szerro in 2 sets, but he did get second place in his debut appearance in Fight Night, and he's been awesome to watch so far. His lineups are always different, too, than the other players. We always see Xeloo bringing something a little bit special, but let's go ahead and take a look at the bracket, see where we're at so far, as actually Sharkwe took down Winding God, winner's side. So we've got Brazil coming through, and, they didn't get to play against each other in Ascent of Targon. This is a matchup I really wanted to see, and we got to see it here. Sharkwe was able to take it 2-1. Swim over Xeloo, going to be facing off against Sharkwe in the winner's final. But on the loser's side, Xeloo versus Szerro, a rematch from the grand finals of last week, and Winding God taking on Vig, who was able to take down Blazing Asian. Blevins. I mean, look at these matchups. There's a lot of exciting stuff, but Swim versus Sharkwe. Looking at those lineups, how are you feeling about this one?
I mean, I'm still distraught at the fact that we didn't get to see Emusives on stream. So maybe Zinc Elemental can still have the chance to be the first on-camera Emusives player. But I don't know. I mean, it's going to be tough. It's tough to tell because we haven't seen a ton of this Shadow Isles deck yet. I mean, we've only really seen the tail end of one match.
Yeah, we only caught the tail end, but we will, of course, be able to probably see more of that because we will be seeing Sharkwe versus Swim, the winner's final, just after a short break. So don't go anywhere. More Fight Night Legends with Welcome back to Giant Slayer's Fight Night Legends. We've already had a lot of crazy Legends of Runeterra action so far today, and it's going to continue with Sharkway versus Swim in the winners bracket final. We've had Swim on a couple of times, and you know, he's made it reasonably far. It doesn't feel like he's ever dropping out immediately, but he hasn't had an incredibly impressive Fight Night performance yet. This time around, winners final. I mean, he's almost there. He's almost to that grand finals. He just needs one more win to guarantee an in-fight back. And if not, I mean, even he's guaranteed third at this point. Swim has done exceptionally well, and Sharkway in his first time here, winners final. Looking great, has had some great tournament performances beforehand. That's on the back of a pretty interesting lineup, Lev. I mean, I want to take a look deeper into this this fearsome list. The Shadow Isles list with the with Relentless Pursuit. I think that this is just a very interesting deck list that we haven't seen a lot of in this tournament. But again, another deck, you've brought this up a lot, these old decks kind of returning. And while there's a lot of different cards here, I think this kind of fits that bill.
It absolutely does. I mean, we've seen, I think this was we've seen Mist Wraith decks from the old days. I mean, remember when Wraithcaller used to have Fearsome as well? That was an insane card. But even when Call of the Mountain first came out, we saw a lot of decks that were trying to make Risen Mist work and running the full Mist Wraith package, but it hasn't really popped off in the same way that this deck seems to be doing right now. I think, you know, finding the right number of Fading Memories and Stalking Shadows, and then even topping it off with the Relentless Pursuits. I mean, this deck has the ability to be as aggressive as something like Pirate aggro or even the Discard aggro in terms of its explosiveness, but its units, and you mentioned this before, Casa, its units are trading better. Something like Frenzied Skitterer works super well on offense and defense. And you've got the Doom Beast as well, which has just proven itself already. It's just such a good aggro card in terms of going over the top and racing in scenarios where your opponent is also trying to kill you.
Yeah, 4 HP differential when you play that down. You heal yourself 2 and you deal 2 to them in the race. It's so important in the aggro matchups. And also, you know, reminiscent of Hecarim with Pursuit back in the day being so terrifying. I mean, this is Nocturne and Skitter, things that are reducing attack and then having Fearsome on the board, and then the Relentless Pursuit to follow it up. So you can reduce their attack so they can't block and then get multi-attacks in with boards that are dealing, you know, 8, 10, 12 damage, and you can just win in a single turn. So there are a lot of really good openings for Demacia Splash once again in the Fearsome list. It's always been pretty good as a splash with the Pursuit, and I like that Sharkway's brought this, and he's already run it all the way up to the winners final. He's had a pretty tough road so far as well. He beat, okay, just to put this into context, Sharkway beat Guardia and then Winding God. You can see the bracket right now. Like, that is, if you want to talk about strength of schedule always, like, I know that Fight Night is never easy, but just because no one has it easy doesn't mean you can't have it a little harder. And that seems to be what Sharkway has, you know, having to go up against Guardian and Winding God. We talked about, you know, the stats that were done. And again, I apologize for not, I should have prepared this earlier because I do love talking about this. And I should, we'll make sure to retweet it from the Giant Slayer account later. But there, Guardia and Winding God are also in, I believe, the top 5 on that list with Szerro. Like, they are some of the best performing players across Giant Slayer events. And Sharkway took down both of them. And now he's going up against Swim. Swim, you know, running through Ladam so far, took down Vig and then Xeloo. But Xeloo, of course, having amazing success in a previous Fight Night, you know, last week when he was here. So Sharkway's on a tear, Swim's on a tear, winners final. They're running into each other here. Can Swim, you know, can he swim fast enough to escape the jaws of the shark? That is the question, Blevins. That is the question.
That is the absolutely the question here. The Elise Nocturne deck is certainly going to be a scare. Is certainly going to be scary, I think, for both of Swim's decks, if I'm being completely honest. Aggro deck versus Lee Sin, we've already seen how that plays out a lot of the time. Now, of course, Swim is running the Diana version, which gives you a little bit more play and actually might be pretty decent against this version, or this Elise Nocturne deck. Might be is the main emphasis here. We have not seen a lot of this matchup on camera, and of course, it can have an explosive hand that can just not lose ever. And Relentless Pursuit absolutely helps facilitate that. On the other side of Sharkgui, he's also running the Lee Sin Diana. Now, I think the decks are certainly built a little bit differently, so they're by no means card for card, but it's really going to come down to, I guess, the Swim's discard deck. And I mean, I did not have high hopes going into it. I think I jokingly said that it was a meme deck coming into the event before we started the cast, Casa. And boy, have I been shut up about that. I mean, we've seen it, I would say, overperform in many, many cases so far, even just tonight.
Yeah, I believe you said we should make sure to catch a Swim game because he's probably going to lose with his meme lineup.
I definitely did say
quote. That. So I love that he's.
I will admit to saying that.
We always have to eat our words here. I've had to do it a lot in the past as well, so I'm just making you take this L here.
And also, you need to be eating a bowl of spiders, if I recall correctly.
I'm so done. I'm so done.
Oh no, you didn't lose that bet. You didn't lose that bet. It's okay.
Didn't even lose that one. But this has been the list that has been impressing us from Swim. This was, we didn't necessarily have the highest hopes for it coming in, but like I was mentioning earlier, Szerro thinks this is, still thinks this is a really great list, even though he hasn't brought it yet. I think he still believes it's a top tier list, and Swim bringing it and having so much success into the other aggro decks. Now, he hasn't missed on a draw yet. His mulligans have been great. I like the way he is mulliganing and looking for the Draven and the Jinx, but he's also hit them in just about every game. So he's had Draven on 3, Jinx on 4, and that is so terrifying. So we'll see if Swim has a game this tournament where he actually misses and if the deck can still recover.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's deceptive, actually, because it's interesting you say that, but there is so much cycle and draw to actually help facilitate that curve that you just mentioned. I mean, the Draven's biggest fan is a no-brainer. You're going to get Draven on time, right? Zonite Urchin is helping. Rummage is helping, and obviously you're opening mulligan. I mean, there's a lot of cards that you want at very specific points in the game, and Swim knows what those are and is able to help shape his game plan for that. So yes, he has had Jinx Draven on the appropriate turns every game that we've seen so far, but also his deck is kind of built to be able to not only just naturally get there, but force your way into that as well.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I think that it's one thing we've talked about on the broadcast a little bit, but it's not something we've touched on all the time. A lot of players that we bring up when we talk about this are Winding God, and then specifically, Rattling Bones has continued to mention Princess Powerful is a player that does this a lot with the decks he brings, which is really focusing on exactly the card matchup and making sure your mulligan reflects that. So for Swim, I think his mulligan phase has been great. Like, first of all, of course, he's finding the champions, and that helps. Like, yes, good players draw good cards, but also when he doesn't have the champion, he's looking for specifically, Zonite Urchin. He's looking for Draven's biggest fan. He's looking to make sure he can always find that Jinx by 4, find that Draven by 3, and so consistently he's making it so his draws are going to be better by finding those cards in the early game. And manipulating your mulligan, manipulating your draws to the best of your ability is that like next level of skill that a lot of players overlook or don't even know about when they're just starting out, because we even see good players not do that yet. It's the greats that do it really well.
Yeah. Well, and what's really interesting, because I actually did at the start of the season play quite a bit of this deck. I was on the, I'm subscribed to the Szerro newsletter. I'm picking up what he's putting down a lot of the time. And I played a lot of this deck, and it actually was quite good. It actually got me to Diamond relatively quickly. And my biggest problem with it was that it's just it peters out against some of the bigger decks, and specifically like Trundle decks. And I'm looking at the lists this week, Casa, and do we have 0 Trundle?
Yeah,
is this possible?
He's been falling out of Fight Night's meta, but I actually don't think Trundle is all out of the competitive meta whatsoever. Trundle is still insane.
He is still everywhere.
Super
on
good.
ladder for sure.
But last week I think we had 1 Trundle, and this week we have none.
Which is really interesting considering how Trundle has just been such a dominant force since the release of Call to the Mountain. I mean, he has facilitated so many of these, big Freljord decks, whether it's with SI or with Targon. And I think, you know, the Targon versions, that you can build a good Freljord Targon deck that can very easily or is very well positioned against Lee Sin. The problem is, what is your other deck and how are you building that lineup? And I think that's really the direction that a lot of these players have gone. It's like, well, I can either play a modified Lee Sin deck, or I can go and play like a double aggro deck and be pretty good. But the end result has been Trundle has been kind of shifted out of the meta and pushed out. And because of that, you know, once you go down the rabbit hole 15 steps, we look back at Jinx, Draven, aggro and say, oh, hey, there's not this big 5-mana 4/6 that comes out on turn 4 and just stops my whole game plan.
Yeah, it's like we've pushed the Trundle out, so now I have room for Jinx, you know.
Yeah.
Trundle outdated, Asol overrated. Long have we waited. Jinx activated.
Yeah.
And we've got it here for Swim, and he's playing this discard aggro and has made it so far in the tournament already. You know, the other decks for both of these players, they're actually mirrored here, but they're built fairly differently. We've got Diana Lee Sin for Sharkwe and also Diana Lee Sin for Swim, but we actually were talking about this a little bit earlier, like kind of, I guess, ended up being a preview to this matchup before they even played their semifinals.
Yeah.
But this is Horns of the Dragon for Sharkwe, which can be very aggressive, combined with the Zenith Blade. If that comes down and you don't have your Lee Sin, it's kind of an ulterior win condition. Whereas on the other side, Swim is more just on the Lee Sin, the mono Lee Sin combo, but with a lot of additives to protect against aggro. You know, he's got the tasty Fae Folk, the Diana, you know, toss them all in the pot and have a little bit of a healthy stew with all the healing. So trying to keep himself away from just getting burned out by something like this fearsome deck. However, most of the units in Swim's list are going to be below that threshold to actually block. Diana, Duskbringer, Eye of the Dragon, Mentor of the Stones. None of them are going to be able to block Fearsome. However, Mountain Goat and Tasty Fae Folk can. Mountain Goat is going to be a massive card in the matchup, generating a gem to allow another card to potentially block, while also being able to block Fearsome. That is what we have to look out for Swim when going into the matchup with the Fearsome deck from Sharkwe.
Yeah, and actually, so I actually played this matchup earlier today. I don't think it had the Demacia in it, but it was essentially a mono SI Mistwraith deck, and I was playing the mono Lee Sin. The way you win this is by controlling the board, right? Like, if you, even though Eye of the Dragon can't block, the Dragonlings can still attack and can still gain you life back. So even though you're not directly blocking necessarily, you're able to make up for some of that with the Eye of the Dragon attacks. You're also able to relatively to use your Lee Sin and your Diana, for that matter, relatively safely, because there's just not, and you take a look at the deck, there's just not ways to interact with any real units outside of your own units in an atrocity for the deck. So your Lee Sin is going to be safe. You can invest pretty much as many spells as you want into it. You can use him offensively, not even to go for a kill, but just to eat minions. He's very good at eating those Mistwraiths, even if they're pumped up, because they only get attack. So you play 2 spells, you pull with a Lee Sin. He's got barrier, and there's not even unspeakable horrors in this deck to ping off the or to ping off the barrier cast. So your Lee Sin is sitting pretty whenever he's pulling these units.
Yeah, I mean, the other big card will be like additional Lee Sins. Like Sonic Wave is going to be very good in the match, right? And utilize some of your weaker units to actually get clears on the Mistwraiths, get clears on the Arachnoid horrors, because you have to attack. They just can't block because it's fearsome. However, those fearsome units have only 2 health, so you can get the removal if you can grant challengers. So there are ways for this Diana Lee to kind of protect itself. It just is kind of how wide of a board of fearsome is Sharkwe able to get. Are we even going to see this matchup is another question. It's possible that they queue up a Lee Sin mirror and Swim gets it out of the way, but I think it's likely that we'll see it come out between these two.
It seems like Swim has been queuing up Lee Sin first, I think. It seems like we've seen the Draven Jinx be the last deck for Swim mostly. So I think it's pretty safe to say, unless he has a different read on Shark Gui's lineup, that he's going to queue up the Lee Sin first. Shark Gui, I mean, it's hard to be scouting while you're playing as well to see like what they've been queuing, but if somehow Shark Gui knew that, I would probably line up the the fearsome. They're almost like elusives, right?
Somewhat,
if all of your opponent's units are small, they pretty much are elusive. But it looks like Swim reversing it.
Yeah, this is the reverse card for sure from Swim.
Yeah, just pulls it out.
Gonna be going with his aggressive discard deck going into Lee Sin. And we'll see if Shark Gui can handle this. Now, he's not running a version that is as teched to deal with early game. Now, of course, it still has Eye of the Dragon. Still has Guiding Touches. Still has Diana, who is also in there to help defend against an aggressive early game. But hey, we talked about, can Swim miss? Is he going to miss on his early game? And, well, he does have Draven's Biggest Fan. So he will have Draven on 3, but currently no 2-drop. And currently no Jinx. However, that is an augmented experimenter. You could start to look to draw later on into the game.
Yep, this looks like a Diana. Can pull, of course, the Draven's Biggest Fan. Wondering if Swim is considering a Jury Rig after attacks just to take out the 2-1. Doesn't really do much. But also...
Well, yeah, go ahead.
It also just is essentially removing a blocker, right? Like
yeah.
The 2-1's going to stop something at some point, right? It might as well. It's going to trade with something at some point. It might as well be with a 1-1. Not sure why he commits it here, though.
Yeah, that's certainly interesting. Commits it now. So Shark Gui just holds back the 2-1. Can use that defensively to block something else, maybe. He can even use Diana to just block this Jury Rig. Now, we know that would not work well because, of course, of the visions in hand, but...
It's it's kind of interesting. I guess if Swim specifically wanted to not take the 2 and also didn't want to trade, then that was the best way to do it. And that might just be the case. I still feel like the trade is fine, but I guess we'll see. Because, like, the trade is now being offered again. I guess it doesn't really matter. It's all the same, I suppose.
All right, so 1 Visions coming out of the hand. There's going to be just the Spinning Axe committed early. Look towards the Draven level up in this specific instance because I think, you know, you're in a position where you've got double Visions. You probably want to be using them at some point. You don't have the capacity to build a wide board with them, so you might as well try and get that value, and that's what we're seeing so far. But wow, Sonic Wave gonna be there for Shark Gui, gonna be able to challenge Draven in. This is a bit of a disaster for Swim to start things off. That is probably the scariest card that could have existed in Shark Gui's hand, and he is running 2 of them. So, you know, a lot higher odds of him picking it up than some of the lists that are running only a single.
Yeah, I mean, this is... excuse me. This is the value of the Diana version, right? You're actually able to control the board a little bit better. The Mono Lee Sin deck does not have the capacity to do this. Like, it can have plays with Mentor that are fine, but not as dominating as this. I mean, like you put it, Casa, this is just almost a death sentence here. I mean, this crowd favorite is going to be looking even more embarrassing than it already does. Draven's not even getting another axe here. Can't even play the get excited to challenge the Diana. I mean, this is just nightmare for Swim. He's gonna have to play. He's looking to play a 4-mana 2-1.
Yeah, it's crazy because so this crowd favorite, every time we've seen him draw it, it has looked awful. We look at the deck building and it seems fine. It seems like crowd favorite makes sense with the amount of just junk he's piling onto the board. But not once has this looked like a good card in this deck so far. He's always has it when he has no board or one thing on the board, and it has just not looked good. And I'm curious if this is just kind of a fluke with the card where he's just been unlucky with the spots that he draws it, or maybe it would be better served to be something else.
It's tough because I have sure seen crowd favorite be really good against me on ladder.
It seems like it could be good.
Yeah, it seemed really very mediocre here. And it might be the type of card, I mean, kind of like the Zed in the Zed Lee Sin deck. I know I said I wasn't going to harp on it. I swear I'm not. But like, if you just look at the cards themselves, Zed and all the cards in the Lee Sin deck, it makes sense, right? You're running buffs, gems with Zed are good. All these other things, but it just doesn't line up in the deck. It's not actually helping you do anything that you're not already doing in that deck. And I'm wondering if, what does crowd favorite do? Are you not already winning when you have this giant wide board? Like, would you be better suited playing, more reactive spells or something to help develop the board more and get more out of your visions? I'm not sure.
Yeah, it is hard to say. It for sure is literally looking like results-based analysis because it is. It's just
definitely is.
it just has not looked good at all in the games that. Because when I look at it in theory, it does make. I actually do like. I don't really have a problem with it when I just look at the deck. I don't look at the deck and I'm like, oh, that crowd favorite looks out of place. No, it just feels like it just has not shown up for Swim whatsoever. This is a good potential spot for Swim to come back. This Visions with the spinning axe to try and clear away Diana. But Lee Sin has hit the board at this point in the game, and he's going to be relatively unthreatened.
Yeah, I mean, and the Hush is not even... So the Diana's not even dying here. I mean...
Yeah. Do we commit this this get excited to get rid of Diana... because you're already using your 6 mana on next turn to play Augmented Experimenter, and do we ever think that we're actually killing Lee Sin? I guess that is the question.
I mean, I don't think that you're going to, especially considering Sharkgui, if he wants to, can open with 2 gems to essentially make Lee Sin unkillable. Yeah, I mean, this is, from the Lee Sin player's perspective, this is just great. I mean, this is absolutely where you want to be. You've got a Lee Sin online. You've got gems in hand. 3 of 8 is whatever. There's no threat of it being killed. You're at 15 health. I mean, this is going to be really, really tough. Blade. Yeah, Zenith Blade. I mean, this is exactly what you want. I mean... As a Lee Sin player, my mouth is watering right now, being like, ooh, this is a W right now. I've been playing this deck so much that, like, you get the, like, it's almost like the instincts of, like, knowing, like, am I ahead or behind right now? It's super, super in Sharkgui's favor. I mean, not even looking at his hand.
Yeah. I mean, it looks like Swim kind of knows it, too. He's just like, okay, well, I've got to get this Experimenter down. Yeah. And then just try and pray that my draws somehow lead into enough damage here. But going into a Lee Sin that is not leveled yet, but it's got the Overwhelm already. There's a lot of gems online. Like, you are going to die to this when it levels, is what it looks like, as long as you have something on board. And you're not going to win if you don't put anything at any point. So...
That is one way to stop the Lee Sin combo, is to never play any units. The problem is that Sharkgui can just attack. I think Swim's line is just like present that and see if Sharkgui, if he can get Sharkgui to commit to an attack or something beforehand, and then maybe develop post a Lee Sin attack. I mean, I think from Swim's perspective, if you just play this sort of straight up, it's not going to matter. You're just going to lose anyway, so you might as well play unconventional to potentially get Sharkgui to misplay.
Yeah, I like this get excited to the face. I mean, you're probably never winning this game as Swim, But if you do, it's got to be through just somehow dealing 12. It's not, you're never getting this board back. This board is not yours. It never will be. It's all going to be, can you deal 12 before you die in 2 turns to this Lee Sin? And the answer is probably no. But
no, absolutely not.
We'll see. I mean, there's the crowd favorite laughing at him once again. Certainly not Swim's favorite.
No, and also Swim is almost certainly gonna die now.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it's just Jaws approaching the ship. You know, Donna.
Yeah.
Donna. Donna. Lee Sin coming up. You know, trying to find the kick.
Yeah.
It's.
I'm actually kind of. I think a little bit of a potential misstep. Okay, never mind. He's committing another gem to the Diana. That makes sense.
The gems like rows of razor sharp teeth as Sharkweed coming in, trying to finish off the game. And that Pale Cascade is that's gonna seal the deal.
Okay. I was wondering because Sharkweed committed gems to Diana, which isn't necessarily bad, right? But every gem on Diana is 1 extra damage, whereas every gem on Lee Sin is 2. So
every gem on Diana is worth 2 in the Lee. And
yes. Well, actually, it's the opposite, but yes, that is. Yep. Shout out to Szerro. I'm sure he would have came up with that. Yeah. Sharkweed taking that one down, and a little bit of sort of the first clunky discard hand that we've seen from Swim so far. Did not quite pan out how he drew it up for sure, but he's gonna get another shot at it as he runs back the discard deck versus the Mist Wraith deck from Sharkweed.
Yeah. I mean, this is going to be an interesting matchup because once again, discard has a lot of units that cannot block Sharkweed's Fearsome. However, he has things like Visions. Visions can turn all of these 2 attack followers into 3 attack followers, and then they actually can block. But once again, Swim missing his champions. He does have some early draw. He's got this Zonite Urchin. But is there something that you can throw away here? Because for once, crowd favorite, looking like potentially he could have a wide board to go along.
Crowd favorite seems all right. Again, there is no punish for leaving 1 health units in this deck. There's no Vile Feast. There is no Unspeakable Horror. It's just Atrocity in terms of damage, right? In terms of unit damage. So you can have as many X1s. If you can get a big crowd favorite, it's not only going to threaten damage, it also can block once or twice and still be left around.
Yeah, Elise getting to attack for free is exactly what Sharkweed wants to see early on, right? Because generating these spiderlings and being able to have them influence the board while you get to push damage is always good. But for Swim, fairly wide board going to turn 3, setting up his Draven, which he did find.
Yeah, it is quite a good find, and Draven is another method to be able to block and trade with these fearsome units. The axe is going to be able to get value, turn all these 2-1s into 3-1s, be able to block fearsome, be able to, well, and of course as I say that.
Yeah, I mean Draven generally destroys Elise, right?
Yes.
Now of course, after getting skittered, he's not going to do nearly as well, but in this case, he can still swing in. He's got an axe to threaten with, so the block won't come out. So Swim gets to generate an axe, deal 2 damage. And yes, his attack was fogged, but for Swim, it's not necessarily that bad because getting value traded into was not great here because he wants to play these crowd favorites. So all in all, that skitter Swim was pretty okay with. That's a situation where, all right, skitter, that's fine.
Yeah, I guess it was the best thing that he could have had, but that's not really that bad of a thing.
Ooh, okay.
Nocturne coming out.
Yeah, Fading Memories on the Skitter, so that we know there's another Skitter in hand for Sharkweed, so he's going to be trying to reduce that attack once more with all these fearsome units on the board on a future turn. Swim has these spinning axes to try and buff up his creatures, but right now, I mean, the vulnerable on Draven can lead to it dying to this Frenzied Skitter, and that allows the Elise to continue to just attack and pressure.
Except there's going to be a big boy coming out.
Absolutely.
7-6 chonky boy. We were talking about attacks getting fogged, Casa. He's fogging this attack, and I don't think that once his clone brother comes out next turn, I don't think that Swim's attack is getting fogged, even if another Skitterer comes out.
You know, I think we did Swim a huge favor by just talking trash on crowd favor, and just how bad it's been for him. Because suddenly, I mean, this looks amazing. Looks like the best card in the deck right now.
Yeah,
setting up these massive overwhelms, back-to-back turns, and it's just, you know, it must just be that it's a bit of an inconsistent card. He's hitting really poor draws for it in the games that he had it up until now, and this time, you know, he misses his champions, but he really hits on the favorite setting though.
Yeah, and I think it's fine to have a card like this in the deck because of the card that's actually sitting right next to it in the hand, Rummage, and Zaw Night Urchin, and all the other cards that we talked about in terms of cycling. You're just able to, if crowd favorite is bad in a situation, just get rid of it, Forehead. It doesn't matter. You can get rid of it. It's fine.
Yeah, that's true. I think that is, you know, another strength of it. And like we were talking about earlier, it doesn't look bad when we look at it from a deck building perspective. It's all just been based on the fact that the card has not performed in the tournament so far. But clearly, you know, at this point, that unless you can't see this board right now, you definitely know that crowd.
I'm wondering, so yeah, I Swim, I think, is a few seconds ahead of me in terms of doing the math. I think that the all-out attack really forces Sharkweed's hand, because 14 of 16 is coming through just from the crowd favorites. They need to be blocked, or else spinning axes just do it. Now there's 7, 10, 11. So lethal's not presented here. So now Swim gets to decide what he wants to do. He can kill the Mistwraith and the Elise. Or no, he can kill
Nocturne,
two of these three. Yeah, Nocturne and Elise probably going down. Though maybe not even might not even need to kill the Elise.
Yeah, I mean, he's going into turn 6, so you just use both axes here. You clear away probably the 2 champions, and then you just have Augmented Experimenter on the subsequent turn. So this is pretty spelled out for Swim, and it looks like a W for sure. Like, this is a very, very good setup. He was able to respond to all the fearsome units and counter pressure so much with these crowd favorites. They're both 7/6 coming down onto this board. You know, 8 mana, 14/12. Crazy amounts of stats.
Yeah, and I mean, I asked the question last round, do you ever really need a crowd favorite when you've got a wide board anyway? And the answer was yes. Yes, you do. Sometimes, if not many times, just want the crowd favorite anyway. And to add a little bit of insult to injury, Swim is also going to be getting value off of this experimenter.
He's not even throwing a card away. He's not...
He's doing better than throwing away nothing.
Yeah.
I thought that mechanic was going to be one that they explored more. If this is discard, cast it for free. But I'm glad they've been rather conservative with the implementation of that specific ability.
Yeah. I mean, we will see if it just stays away, if they keep just what they have. I think they'll probably add more eventually, but
Oh, it's tough.
Slowing it down. Maybe, you know, because cards will eventually be cycled out, right? I assume. I mean, I don't think you
know
just
if
make
that
cards
is
forever.
confirmed one way or the other. So they may not be.
Every card game does it, right? So,
I mean, that statement is true.
Right.
I'm
not sure
that there might be a change of the guard at some point in terms of tournament format or whatever.
No matter what, it's not going to happen soon because we don't have that many cards here. We still need a lot more. So if they were to release some more, it might just take a while, or if they do, then yeah, maybe discard gets real scary because it's already looking good.
Yeah. Absolutely. This attack, if all of it is coming through, 4, 8, 11, Swim has the ability to, well, yeah, he gets the free block with crowd favorite, which is great. He also could just take most of this damage and be fine. I mean, open attack is guaranteed lethal. There are no spells that can be cast.
There's no spells.
So
yeah,
this is just Swim. There's nothing to think about, buddy.
Double Risen Mist still doesn't save.
Oh, Risen Mist is a card that could be cast. Okay, that's fair, but also it doesn't do anything. Yeah.
Still does not get there.
Okay. Wait, Risen Mist Atrocity. Wait.
Yeah,
wait.
It's overwhelmed. It still does nothing. Wait.
Okay, there were cards that could be cast, so just immediately proving me wrong, but my point still stands that game was over on open attack.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, you know, Swim has looked really good piloting this deck, but this game was very much get this wide board. We got double crowd favorite, and then a lot of the attack held out. And now, Lee Sin going up against the Fearsome deck. We talked about how Swim's version looked like it might be able to handle it. Might have some opportunity with all the lifesteal, with some of the buff cards. The Tasty Fae Folk, I think, going to be helping out. But this is going to be the test. This is an aggressive deck, most likely designed to beat these Lee Sins. I mean, it's you want to be beating down on the kind of top deck of the format right now. And Sharkwe has so far made a run through bracket very efficiently.
Yeah, I think this is really going to be, I mean, it's kind of a cop-out, but it feels like it's going to be a draw differential in a lot of ways. Swim's version of Lee Sin does have the ability to be quite controlling. It's got the Conch Palms, it's got the Dianas, the Tasty Fae Folks, the Eye of the Dragon, and obviously the Mentor of the Stones and the Go. I mean, there's a lot of cards that are really good in Swim's deck against this deck, right? That can really stall it out. And like we mentioned before, there's not a lot of ways to interact with Lee Sin whatsoever. So if Swim is able to survive and incidentally is leveling up Lee Sin and even can get some chip damage here and there, like, it doesn't even necessarily need to be a huge Lee Sin to win the game. And
like the early buffs, the Diana, you know, those are going to be helping get to the lifesteal stages, get to the point where you can get the Eye of the Dragon online and trying to generate those Dragonlings each turn and set up your Lee Sin to actually finish. I think you're right. I think that there are a lot of lists to actually deal with the Fearsome deck, but once again, this is one of those aggressive decks that, you know, if it's just going unit after unit and you don't have anything to clear it straight away, these wide boards can be devastating, and Rally has always been a nightmare for combo decks, and there are 2 copies of Relentless Pursuit for Sharkwe, so we haven't seen it yet, and we've barely seen this deck played on stream. We only got the one game so far, but it has been doing well for him in the tournament. So we're going to get a chance to see it here going up against Lee Sin, which is the matchup we assume Sharkwe wanted with this deck.
Yeah, and we're just going to have to see how it plays out. I think in general, Swim might be a little bit favored. Of course, I'm coming in relatively biased towards Lee Sin because I've played so much of it, but there are, you know, before we get into the game, there's a couple of other cards in Sharkwe's deck that are relevant. One of them specifically is Glimpse Beyond, because it does slow down the Lee Sin combo kill quite a bit if you're able to glimpse the kick target. So in a deck that is so aggressive and really can get so much out of a single additional turn, that can really be a difference maker.
Yeah, and I talked about earlier how I think the GOAT is a massive for Swim in this matchup, because we'll see it here. It can block all these fearsomes. It's going to answer this Elise beautifully. 3-2. Going to be able to respond. And if it ever strikes or trades, it now turns these 2-attack blockers into fearsome blockers, because you can utilize the gem, and Shark is just going to go ahead and trade straight away. And while Swim going to just say, hey, I want more gems.
I was thinking the same thing. Give me that gem. I'll take 2. You've got some life gain from Swim. You don't this is not a deck like Pirate Aggro where you need to like you're afraid of like Noxian Fervor, so good at stopping, not only dealing damage but also stopping your life gain. You've got a little bit of wiggle room here from Swim. Like you can take a little bit of damage to get some value, and in Swim's deck specifically compared to like a mono lead deck, there's a little bit of a lower spell density. So even just generating, an extra gem here, an extra gem there can actually be super relevant.
Yeah, absolutely. And we talked about how valuable the gems are. We did. We were saying, like, against these fearsome attackers, you need to have these 3-attack units. We could see even a gem onto this 2-1 here in order to allow it to block a fearsome, allow it to block Elise or block the Mistwraith, and that's a lot of value that you're getting out of this. Yes, you have to spend an extra mana onto each of your defenders, but it allows them to block.
Mm-hmm. Yep, and here's the Lee Sin. This is, again, you're in a matchup where you look at opponent's deck list. Oh, no Unspeakable Horror, no Vile Feast. I can just cast 2 spells and give Lee Sin barrier here and block without any sort of fear. This Mountain Goat is a 3-1, no fear whatsoever. And the other thing is Lee Sin doesn't even need to. You can just let Lee Sin take damage. It does not matter. You're gonna get the health back with the gems anyway. And again, there's no way to interact with this. I mean, this is gonna be a very tough spot for Sharkweed. I think it was already gonna be a tough matchup in general for the reasons I mentioned before, but this spot specifically is just looking really, really great for Swim, especially since he's going to be able to go Mentor into Diana and just start eating the board.
Yeah, and straight away he could look to heal this Lee Sin up, but I think banking spell mana on this turn makes a lot of sense.
Yeah,
set up to go into.
You don't need to heal it. It doesn't matter.
Set up to go into Eye of the Dragon. You've got gems. You can even just try and buff up your Lee Sin. Actually, I almost like buffing the Eye of the Dragon here. Going Eye of the Dragon in Mentor and going for that swing. I think putting 2/2 on your Eye of the Dragon is very powerful. It puts it up to 3/5, which is a great stat line against these fearsome decks.
I think you open with Mentor, see what happens. Diana, because you're opening with Mentor, Diana can have Challenger. You can play the Eye. You can play the Goat if you wanted to or needed to. I think the Goat is probably the weakest version, but you open with Mentor, I think, every time here and go from there. It could just be Mentor and Gem Lee Sin attack. That's possible. This is, I think,
Diana's huge.
Diana's going to be massive here. You can go Diana and gem up the Mentor. Yeah, this is really, Swim has got free reign here.
Yeah.
In terms of spells that can be played, Fading Memories does nothing. Glimpse is helpful for Sharkweed, but isn't attacking Swim on any metric. Stalking Shadows is also not doing anything proactive. Doesn't matter. Swim has free reign here, and this is exactly where you want to be if you're the Lee Sin deck. You've got no fear whatsoever, and it's really just your, what you've got pick of the litter here. What do you want to do? What do you want to kill? You've got no fears whatsoever.
Gemming the Mentor is so scary here. I would love Swim to do that. I would love to see that happen, because then you kind of need to kill this Mentor, but you also don't want to because it gives him more gems, and also now it's killing a Mistwraith if you actually block it. Like,
Right.
that's such a bad position for Sharkweed to be in, because he's doomed if he does, doomed if he doesn't, and there we go. I mean, this is great play from Swim. This is really, I mean, it seems obvious, but of course it is just a very solid play that he's making. And he's going to get great clears onto all these units. Sharkweed's got a fistful of cards, but I don't know if he's going to be able to get through the boards that Swim is going to be able to start putting forward.
Yeah, the problem here is Sharkweed's board, bye-bye. It's completely gone. Even if, I mean, great. Sharkweed's going to be able to generate another Mistwraith. Great. It's going to cost him mana. Tempo's going to go down. The beauty, or I guess the negative part of the Wraithcaller is that it is one of the few units that actually can just get chump blocked forever. You don't care. You don't even need a fearsome blocker to get through that. Now, also, Swim has 2 units that can block fearsome. Swim also has a Hush. I mean, this is, I think, it's early, Casa, but I really will be finding it hard for Swim not to win this one.
I mean, he even just found Tasty Faithfolk. He continued to heal up. It also blocks Fearsome. It matches up well into a lot of different units. The question will come down, can Sharkweed find a Nocturne swing that can just quickly end the game? I don't know.
Yeah.
It really depends on this hand. He's got a lot of cards left, but Swim has a lot of answers. See Hush, that makes it hard for even a situation where it is a Nocturne swing to actually finish the game with it, because Hush can stop any damage buffs. It can stop, Fearsome from actually develop blocks. There's a lot of things that Swim can do, and while he's not to the overwhelm of the Lee Sin, the fact that he's able to generate so many gems is being him very the level up itself. And he doesn't actually need the overwhelm. He just needs board control, and he can just win by kicking things until the game is.
I think it's gonna be really tough for Sharkweed to get through this. However, you brought up a good point. The lose condition for Swim here is some sort of crazy Nocturne turn where everything gets dropped down to too low, and the whole board has Fearsome. Hush is just the reset button for Swim. Like, I don't think he has to worry at all. There's a couple options here for Swim. I personally like Eye is fine. Eye or Goat, I think, are fine. Even Pass is fine here too. There's really not too many bad spots for Swim. This attack does nothing. It's a free block from Swim, of course. Again, I've said it once, but I've said it more than once. I've said it a bunch of times, but it's worth reiterating. There are no pings here. There is no punish for the barrier. And Sharkweed basically just has to sit back and try to craft. I think it's just got to be some sort of Nocturne turn, Casa.
Yeah, I mean, it absolutely has to be. And we just know that Swim has good answers to that. He's going to be able to respond. And he just found Zenith Blade for his Lee Sin. Essentially right on time. Lee Sin is very close to the level up. He can go Zenith Blade. He keeps hovering and I keep missing it, but I think he's quite close. He's about halfway there, but he's got a lot of cheap spells in hand. So I think Swim's going to be able to find this.
Yeah, I mean, it's a matter of how many turns does he want to take to win? I would imagine he can probably go for it this turn, but is there a sequence of cards that Sharkweed could have that keep him alive and also put him in a position to set up that Nocturne turn? I think being needlessly greedy is probably the closest way for that to happen. But Swim has a wide range of less greedy plays that can still, I think, result in, if not a win this turn, a 2-turn clock.
Yeah, he's just a couple spells away, but like you said, the clock is very short for Swim. There's not a lot of time for Sharkweed to actually set anything up, and he's gonna continue to get his stuff beat down by the Lee Sin. There's also just, you know, life steal coming through, all the healing. It's not like the HP value of Swim is low enough where Sharkweed can try to just overwhelm it with fearsome units and then an atrocity. It's 18. And getting through 18 is not looking good here. Double Gem actually is leveling up Lee Sin at this point. So I think that we will see Swim go for the level up and the attack. It's not going to be winning immediately, but it is going to still be a lot of pressure.
Yeah, the Lee Sin is going to be 14 damage. And then, I mean, the rest of the board's coming in. That's 14. He blocks maximally. That'll be 15. So 2-turn clock for Swim. Of course, there can be Glimpse and there can be Atrocity to stop the kick. All right. This would be putting Sharkweed a 1. I think if you know, Swim used 1 gem on the dragon, and I kind of think that's no good. Putting Sharkweed a 1 is not super relevant, at least compared to putting him to like 7 or some number that's lower than 18. Essentially, like the difference between 1 and not 0 are very minimal. So you might as well try to put him to 0, I think, is the line.
Yeah, I'm generally a fan of trying to put my opponent to 0.
Or at least threatening to put him to
possible.
0. Like, make it as awkward as possible to not put him to 0, or to not be at 0. I guess, you know, this yeah, I don't know if I understand the eye or the dragonling buff there, but again, I think it's going to be really tough for Swim to not win here. But of course, Sharkweed is going to put forth their best effort to.
We could see Sharkweed play 10 Doombees, and that would get him there.
It would technically do that right now, yes.
Well, I guess he would need 11 Doombees because there's a guiding touch.
Well, no, the 10 would do it because Swim's at 18 right now.
Well, that was after the first. I guess he'd need 10 more Doombees.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. 10 more.
He needs 10 from this point. Yeah.
Which
is
this deck theoretically could play like 10 Doombees. I think with all the Stalking Shadows.
Stalking Shadows only could do maximum of 6, and then 3 Fading Memories would be 9.
It's only 9. We can only play 9 Doombees.
Yep.
That's looking pretty tough then. Yeah. I don't know if he gets there without playing that 10th Doombees.
Yeah, he can do the 10th. No, he can't. Never mind. Oblivious Islander doesn't make an additional one. I'm thinking of a different card. Yeah, no, There's only 9 Doombees. So yeah, this one's definitely in favor of Swim now. Now that we know that there's only 9 possible Doombees.
Now that we're aware that he could only play 9 Doombees, I think that this is likely going to be Swim. It was close up until that point. He might not have been able to get away with it, but at least, you know, best effort for sure coming from Sharkweed here. He's going to go in with a Skitter. Reduce all the blockers so that there's not many that can actually block here. I think Hush is going to make this so Swim is certainly able to survive. But this is a very good attempt from Sharkweed. It's going to be a lot of damage still going into Swim.
It's going to be a pretty good amount. It's going to be able to block, take 11, 15, 18, 21 if he didn't block anything. Of course, he could naturally just block like this.
He could just play nothing and survive.
Yes. 6, 10, 13 would put him to 5. Of course, that makes Atrocity kind of scary, but Hush and Guiding Touch still Make that, I think, less scary for sure. Okay, the hush makes it even less scary.
Yeah, and it will only be 3. So yeah, without the hush, this was a very scary attack. It was setting up Atrocity, but we knew this hush has been sitting in the hand of Swim for a very long time.
Yep.
One of the reasons that this game was essentially over with from an early stage, but for Sharkway's perspective, he almost made it there. It was just the hush. That was the card that was going to, essentially seal the deal, and Swim had it. So Swim not going to be looking like the cast of Deep Blue. Instead, he's going to be able to take down the Shark. Move on. Further through the tournament.
He found that oxygen canister, threw it into the Shark's mouth, and fired the bullet. Spoilers for the 40-year-old movie. But that is going to be Swim being our first grand finalist, Casa, and this is, I believe, the first time that we've seen Swim in the grand finals.
Yeah, it's the first Giant Slayer event that he has made the grand finals, and he does it winners side, taking down Sharkway, and we've only seen person coming winner's side into the grand final lose once.
Yes.
And that was Xeloo last week. Szerro breaking the curse of the losers bracket, finding that win. But speaking of Szerro, one of our next matchups, that's going to be the losers semifinal, and that is Szerro versus Winding God. If we can, let's take a look at the bracket really quick and just see what we're working with when we.
Yeah, take a look. Again, we just saw Swim take down Sharkway, bump him down to the losers bracket, but Szerro going through here, lost in the first round to Winding God, but now is getting his shot at redemption here on the losers side, Casa.
Yeah, we will be seeing Szerro versus Winding God, 2 previous 2-time champions. When we return, but we're going to go to a short break. More Fight Night Legends when we come back. welcome back to Giant Slayer's Fight Night Legends. We have had a ton of great games so far, as this lobby has multiple winners already in it. And
Multiple winners.
True. We're going to see a couple two-time champs of Fight Night duking it out in the loser semifinals. Szerro versus Winding God. What do you make of this matchup, Blep?
Well, we're seeing two-time winners play for the second time today, because they played in the first round. They were actually our feature match. This is the second time that they have played here. Of course, they're now finding each other back here again on the loser side. And Casa, the first time around that they played, it was Winding God relatively decisively. Like, it was a pretty quick 2-0 for Winding God.
Yeah, it was really fast. I mean, we are looking at potentially just a run back of the top side of the winner's bracket.
Right.
Because Winding God took down Szerro in round 1 and then fell to Sharkgui in the following round. And Sharkgui's awaiting the winner of this matchup in the loser's final to see who will move on to grand. So if history repeats itself, we will get the rematch of Sharkgui versus Swim in the final. Now, that's not always the case. We have seen plenty of times where the upper bracket and is able to bring it back and find the win on the lower side. Can come down to Q order, it can come down to draw difference, it can come down to a lot of things. And both of these players are playing some aggressive lists, so potentially we could just see someone getting the nuts early on, finding a win and completely swinging what was a winning matchup on.
True. If a different history repeats itself, also, Casa, we could see Szerro come back from the loser side and actually take down the entire event, which is exactly what happened last week, as he was the first player to ever not only get the bracket reset, but then win the entire event after resetting the bracket. So this is not unfamiliar ground from Szerro's side. And so he's certainly been here before, but man, it is so tough to go up against an opponent who not, a couple of hours ago really just sort of stomped your face in.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he got run over by this double aggressive lineup. Now the Nightfall aggro very quickly found a win from 15 health on Szerro, was able to put something together with the Nocturne, and we'll see if that's able to happen again for Winding God, or if Szerro's going to have a better time on this Lee Sin than he did prior, if he can actually stabilize the board, set up to scale out. But his Lee Sin deck is not teched like some of these other ones towards a list. He's just playing that style of Lee Sin that we saw in we saw it win Fight Night, we saw it win Ascent of Targon. Been very solid, but that was in a meta that was less dominated by aggro. There's a lot more aggro now, and maybe the fact that Szerro didn't adapt the list this week might come back to haunt him if he falls to Winding God 1.
Yeah, I will say, I think that potentially one of the, I don't want to say mistakes, but one of the deck building choices that Szerro made that is not going to help him in this aggressive world are the Spacey Sketchers over something like the Mountain Goats. The Mountain Goat has really sort of solidified itself. It's a good blocker. It's a really great unit to potentially invest a little bit of the buffs from Lee Sin onto. So you're going to be able to get value. It can kind of fuel itself. It's great with mental. It's just an all-around good card. Not in Szerro's list, actually. And the Spacey Sketcher, I think, is one that made a lot of sense in a Infinite Mind Splitter world, because you absolutely need an Equinox to be able to interact with the Infinite Mind Splitter whatsoever. That card is just the stone cold, will beat Lee Sin. There's nothing they can do about it unless you get cheeky and like hush your own Lee Sin to kill it and then play a new one. But for the most part, Infinite Mind Splitter stops it. Well, we're not in an Infinite Mind Splitter world at all. We are in an extremely finite Mind Splitter world, and the finite number is 0, I believe, in terms of Infinite Mind Splitters that were brought this week.
Yeah, there is actually not infinite Mind Splitters here. There are in fact no infinite Mind Splitters whatsoever. All the Targon being put towards Lee Sin. We're not seeing any Trundles. None of these kind of late game, Targon decks that we've seen previously. Instead, it's all combo all day. Well, combo and aggro. I mean, you expect a lot of combo, you bring a lot of aggro. See it kind of playing out how you would expect in that sense. And yeah, once again, a lot of Lee Sin, a lot of Pirate Burn, and you know, 4LW is somewhere smiling that his deck is finally getting the recognition in a tournament setting and being a ladder deck. It's been absolutely dominant.
Yeah. Yeah, it's going to be tough. I mean, especially, I mean, we already saw it happen. Winding God won the 2-0, but it's going to be really tough for this specific version of Lee Sin to come out ahead. I mean, again, I've been talking about it the whole event. This is the shell of what I've been playing on ladder. Now, I did add in the Mountain Goats. And, you know, something like Solari Priestess is a great card, and it's consistent. It helps you draw your Lee Sin with the 4-mana spell, but man, a 3-mana 1/2 is just not super great when your opponent is beating you down with Pirates and Nocturnes.
Yeah, and we're going to see Szerro on Captain Crunch on that Pirate aggro going up against Winding God playing This Is Nightfall. You know, he's got a lot of early cards here, but Stalking Shadows going to help Winding God with the hand refill. He's got the Elusive in hand, which is a little bit Szerro. Great way to deal with it, and it stonewalls Zap Sprayfin.
Yeah, and this is pretty aggressive hand from Winding God. Able to push in 6 damage on turn 2, and Szerro is maybe playing a Misfortune. Yeah, Misfortune comes out, but Winding God going to be able to respond with a 3/3 if he wants. He could also just say, I don't care about Misfortune. Misfortune's not even threatening right now. Like, Szerro's hand is about as clunky as can be here. The Decimates are not what you want, I think, in this matchup, and they're certainly not what you want in your hand at this point of this matchup.
Yeah, and we see Winding God has the ability to just go for this Crescent Guardian with the Night Petal Dust, and yes, he could block the MF. I think Szerro's kind of okay with that, but also Winding God set up to win with this Nocturne in a second here. And if not win, he can at least pushing it a obscene amount of damage. There's going to be Night Petal Dust Nocturne once again if he wants.
Yeah, Night Petal Dust Nocturne is certainly going to be coming out here. Szerro kind of has to hope that this Make It Rain can do something. I guess the when the Iron Ballista has to come out for defense, you're just not super happy about the world you're living in, I don't think. But that being said, the trade here is fine. Winding God is kind of forced into a play. I'm wondering why. Okay, he just wanted to gain life. Okay, that actually,
well, he wanted to gain life, but it did make one extra target be very bad. It made Face and Nocturne both incredibly bad.
That's what I was thinking as well.
And so I don't know if I love that play, but he did protect 2 damage to his face there. He would have been down to 8.
Yeah.
I'm just not sure if life total in general is as important as board position right now for Szerro, because the Nightfall aggro deck doesn't do a ton of direct damage to your face. It's got Doom Beast, it's got Unspeakable Horror. They do exist, but it is more about actually just finding the win with units on the board, or followers on the board. Now, as I say that is double Doom Beast picked up with a Fading Memories available, so that is pretty intense for Winding God in general.
Almost able to cast all 10 Doom Beasts needed to win a game. But yeah, I mean, this is going to be a pretty explosive turn from Winding God. I would imagine Diana can come out, eat the Zap, which is going to push 2 in already. I believe that is that's the other elusive unit that was created from the Fading Memories.
Yep, Fading Memories on that. And then you also have the Pale Cascade. So Winding God could try to just push a 2, 4, 6 with elusives, and then look to set up a double Doom Beast turn on the next turn. But
yeah,
instead it's going to be Doom Beast straight away.
Yeah, that's the beauty of Doom Beast, is that also he's a 3/2. can attack like the best of them. Wondering, I guess if Winding God thought that there was no... Winding God thought that there was no unit play from Szerro. It almost seems like playing the ephemeral Doom Beast was better here. But it doesn't matter too much.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder if Winding God is actually playing Szerro mate hand. The fact that it was such a slow, still yet to be playing anything big, does kind of telegraph at least one decimate. And maybe Winding God's saying, hey, you just still don't have plays, so I'm going to go potentially get that 3 damage, and even if I don't, I think play. So now, I mean, without the Pale Cascade being used, I do think Winding God has given a little bit of time to Szerro. He could have put him on a clock to actually win the game on this turn, which I think would have been a reasonable thing to go for. Now, Szerro, Gangplank on the board, going to be pushing a lot of damage.
Leveled Gangplank is certainly going to be scary for Winding God here.
Yeah, blocking with Diana, going to be able to buff up the attack and trade with the Gangplank, but he's still taking so much. I think this might have been a bit of a misstep.
Yeah, Szerro just gonna win here with oh, he doesn't have mana for fervor. Oh, that's not great.
Right, he doesn't, but Winding God could have set up to try and win this turn.
Right.
And I don't know if he survives on next turn by just straight up open attacking. Barrel being killed is going to save a lot of damage. This gets him out of decimate range. This is very smart.
Right. Yeah, this gets him out of decimate range, sure, but it's out of decimate range. Ooh, the second Pale Cascade might potentially make open attack lethal, but decimate into fervor is... Oh, wait. No, decimate is lethal with the keg.
Right, this has to be open attack with double Pale Cascade onto this elusive.
Yeah, and actually,
Winding God could have played Doom Beast last turn as well.
This is a very weird sequence of plays. I feel like I'm either missing something or I'm like a step behind here, because I feel like I would have played this match out a little bit differently, but I think it's looking good for... Well, the problem is that it doesn't even kill.
Well, double Pale Cascade on the elusive does kill here.
No, because the Noxian Fervor can kill it. Because of the keg.
Because of the keg, yes.
Oh, but he drew an unspeakable horror. That's gonna win it. You're gonna be able to kill the keg.
Yeah, Szerro, once again, one off from killing Winding God in one of these aggro matchups.
Yeah, unless he goes, okay, yeah, Szerro is doing going the safe route here. I like this a lot, actually, because he has another Gangplank. This Gangplank is going to die anyway.
Well, you can still just kill the keg here.
Oh, right.
And going to be able to finish off the game. But still, I mean, this that was incredibly close. And it did feel like a little bit of a misstep from Winding God there. That got really dicey, and he still found what he needed with all of the draws from the Pale Cascades. But it felt like an almost unnecessary risk was taken, and I'm curious what the cards were that he was worried about by going with the route that he went, because it did feel like a bit of a misplay that led to a spot where if he didn't find exactly that second Pale Cascade, if he didn't find that unspeakable horror, he was in a much more difficult position going into Szerro. But, you know, I digress. We're going to end up in the mirror matchup one. Pirate aggro Winding God versus Szerro, but this is that Twisted Fate version that we saw from Winding God. Very interesting, and hey, there he is. Lady Luck is smiling because TF is here.
Yeah, and like we pointed out in the opening match of the night, TF seems like a pretty big difference in this matchup specifically. It seems like Twisted Fate, at worst, is going to effectively cycle, maybe get some good attacks because of the quick attack, and then also gain life on the block. And that's on the low end. The high end are the keg red card plays where you just absolutely dominate your opponent's board.
Yeah, and I mean, look at this once again. Szerro, double decimate in hand very early on. Just not getting the draws that he wants to be seeing. But he does have a 2-drop that hits into Misfortune on the top deck. He hits another thing that he can play while banking spell mana. So at least he's been drawing well enough top that he has something to play.
Yeah, yeah. Szerro has plays, but like it just seems so lackluster. Like nothing's going on. It just kind of has, you know, a little bit of damage here, a little bit of damage there. There's no, I mean, what does he can't even play Decimate here. Fervor is for later. I mean, he has 11 damage in hand, but it just doesn't even seem like super threatening right now. And Winding God deciding what play they are going to make. Could maybe do something like a Twisted Fate. All 3 of the cards I could see an argument for. Petty Officer coming out. Maybe the keg. That's a keg. That sets up for red card, which we said before, Casa, can be absolutely devastating. Szerro maybe sniffs it out here.
Yeah, potentially playing around the TF.
There's Captain Crunch. There's a little bit more endgame for Szerro, but I mean, as we can see, Casa, Decimates were not the choke point for Szerro here.
Yeah, it's Farron. Now, we can see Gangplank come down for Szerro. I think he's trying to wait out the Twisted Fate. I think he does sniff that out. So now, going into turn 6, he can afford to play this slow because his opponent is also an aggro deck. It's not like he's allowing Winding God to scale into massive bombs. It's not like his clock is fast. So the fact that they're passing back and forth, I think, benefits Szerro's hand much more than it does Winding God's. And we're even going to continue to see Szerro try and play around this TF once again.
Yep.
Going to attack in, clear away the barrel, and then probably just set up Gangplank as Jack the Winner comes down on the other side.
Yeah, the Gangplank is coming out, and now, you know, every little point of damage is going to matter. So being able to get an extra point off of the keg is potentially going to be big here. I mean, the red card, the barrel's gone now, so the red card is less good. It's still pretty decent right now, but it's not going to be as devastating as it was before. Szerro now finding a good spot to weave in the first Decimate.
Yeah. I mean, he just starts decimating, and he's got this Farron coming down on the next turn. So he's going to be able to just threaten to just finish off the game with that. Now, Winding God at this point, does he just hold this TF as an answer to the top end stuff like Farron and like Gangplank? Does he just wait to yellow card something and then try and go wide? But I really like Szerro's spot.
Yeah, I also I'm liking Szerro's spot a little bit better here. Gonna offer the trade here with Gangplank onto Jack. A trade. I mean, Szerro just wants to take all the trades. He's got Decimates. He doesn't need units to win anymore. The Dewey Decimate system is coming out for Szerro here with the 2 he already had in hand naturally and the 3 that are going to be generated from Captain Farron.
Yeah, I wonder if Fervor was good there for Szerro to maybe the Grenadier, just block the 5 damage, push that extra 3, bring him down to 7, but either way, I think there will be a spot where he gets to play that. I don't think it's going to end up being dead. It just felt safe in that spot.
Yeah.
But I think he'll find other opportunities, so I don't really blame him for not playing it, and just banking the spell mana to play more decimates is also totally understandable here.
Yeah, you definitely want to there's 2 things to balance. You want to find a safe spot to play Fervor, like you mentioned, one that's not going to get countered by another Fervor or something like a Make It Rain. But also, it is, if you have the opportunity, it's better to wait until later, not give your opponent the information that you have it. Obviously, if you've already cast it, your opponent doesn't need to play around it anymore because you already cast it. But if they're unsure, you can, more aptly put them into a position where they don't play around it, or they, have to make that decision and they choose wrong.
Yeah, and we're going to see the, I believe, 2nd Decimate cast of the game. And there are 5 more available to be cast.
Yes.
4 for Szerro, 1 for Winding God.
Yep. Hey, and I mean, when you look at 5 decimates, I mean, that's one Nexus. 5 decimates equals 1 Nexus.
Yes, it does.
That is Legends of Runeterra Blevins math for you. Now, Szerro, now realizing he's got the ability to win, he just needs to not lose now, right? He needs to, not let the Jack the Winner get some, getting a free attack and
another decimate.
Wow. Another decimate coming out. But yeah, I mean, Szerro has enough to finish it in hand, so just needs to not die here. And that should be it, right?
Yeah, I mean, this is looking like a body spray commercial. A whole lot of axe available.
Yep.
And Szerro just has the advantage of decimates so far. Yeah. He gets to play the 1 here, and he's got 2 more on the next turn.
Yeah, this is the opposite of what happened before, right? Against Winding God last game. And he even gets to open with the Crackshot Corsair, which will do the 1 damage differential. And yeah, there it is. Winding God knows. I mean, he sees the decimates in hand. Yep. Can see the future. It's like Final Destination. The 2 axes swinging towards him. Yeah.
And he sees it ahead of time, so he's just going to dip out of there.
Mm-hmm.
Concede immediately.
Oh, and Casa, I mean, we're already seeing a difference in the matchup. Winding God at this point had already won 2-0, and now we're going into a game 3 in this set. So Szerro's already changed up something compared to their previous set earlier on, and now Szerro has to do a task that I certainly would not want to be in his seat for. That is beat the Pirate aggro deck with the Lee Sin Mono Lee Sin combo deck.
Yeah, this is going to be an uphill battle for sure. This we talked about it earlier. Szerro didn't really tech into beating this matchup. And this is one of the more difficult matchups for the Lee Sin deck that we have seen so far. An aggressive enough start for Winding God. He's going to have a couple 2-drops playing after his Precious Pet. And once again, he has the Twisted Fate.
Yeah, the Twisted Fate is certainly not as good in this matchup, though it can certainly find its spots. Szerro has arguably the most important card in the matchup, which is Eye of the Dragon. And notably for Winding God right now, does not have any Noxian Fervors, which is, of course, the biggest card to counter out the dragon. Of course, Szerro's not really going to be able to get the dragon online in terms of generating dragonlings quite yet. Is at least going to be able to threaten the keg. Winding God has the option of making it rain.
Interesting enough, he decides against Make It Rain. Gonna be able to develop another keg anyway. Dreadway deckhand, and maybe hoping to find a better situation for that Make It Rain later on. It seemed reasonable there. You would get 2 to face, you would clear away the Gift Giver, and apply 2 damage to this Eye of the Dragon. But Whining God says that's not good enough, as potentially he wants it for red card here. That's going to be even higher value.
Yeah, I really like the red card play here. Although I guess he technically still would have had it. No, I guess he wouldn't have, because he wouldn't have been able to play the second deckhand here. So heads up play from Whining God, making that choice and pointing out the value there. Szerro's got the interesting couple of choices here. He can pass, he can play a gem, which will make a Dragonling, which looks like he's going to do, or he could have played the Spacey Sketcher as well, which has at least a couple of decent pickups there.
All right, so attack coming through for Whining God, just going to be the Dreadway deckhands and Precious Pet. There's nothing to block the Fearsome unit. Gonna hold back the TF though, of course, because the Eye of the Dragon would be able to answer that. That will be the spawning of a Dragonling. We saw the deny plus the gem. Potentially this is a spot for the Make It Rain, as it could deny some healing, but also go for the removal of the Eye of the Dragon. It's hard to say for sure, but I think, you know, being pressured into it by the keg being pulled makes sense.
Oh,
great hits.
That was perfect
great
hits. Szerro can Bastion his eye if he wants to save it, but man, that doesn't feel great. And like, yes, it does technically save the Eye of the Dragon, but it does, like, where does it leave you is the question. The good thing about doing that is that, you know, this is not a matchup where you generally need the Bastion for your Lee Sin. It's not like you're really losing too much by throwing away the Bastion here. It's more of the tempo loss that is a negative here for Szerro.
Yeah, certainly so. I wonder. Oh, never mind. The keg was there. It wouldn't have worked. Yep. I was thinking about the Pale Cascade, but no, that does not work. Just gonna use that to draw, set up the deep med, and create a Dragonling for the follow-up turn.
Yep. That's a pretty decent draw. It does allow Szerro to go eye into deep med into Guiding Touch if he wants. The other option. There's not a ton of other great options. Fervor picked up is potentially going to be pretty devastating, though. It is going to stop a Dragonling hit and do 3 damage. Oh, this is on the razor's edge. This is Whining God, you know, very smartly doing a play that is, you know, seems a little bit counterintuitive, where, you know, you're open passing as an aggro deck into a deck that is decidedly less aggressive. But he does it knowing that the Eye of the Dragon has not procced yet. So if Szerro takes the open pass, he's actually pretty far behind because he's not getting a Dragonling. He's not going to have, you know, his deep meditations turned on. It's actually pretty bad, and also is eating mana. So even though it's a matchup where you'd think Szerro wants to take open passes, in this scenario, it would have been pretty devastating for him too.
Yeah, and I like that attack a lot from Whining God. Not allow any opportunity for lifesteal to get any value. Just going to attack in with the quick attack and the fearsome unit in order to get past that Dragonling and the Eye of the Dragon.
Yep.
Now we are going to see Lee Sin played down for Szerro. He can level this Lee Sin very soon. I believe it is 6 of 8. And so he won't be able to level it this turn if that is the case.
Yeah, and this is actually an interesting spot. So He could technically... No, I can't. I almost like playing a Spacey Sketcher and trying to get the 0.
Moonsilver? To try and level on this turn?
To try to level and also give the barrier, because you kind of want to kill this Jack pretty badly. Maybe not. Yeah, it's tough. Because like either of the 0s are pretty good. Yeah, this is okay. That's an all right draw. That can potentially stem the bleeding a bit for Szerro. Actually, it's actually quite clutch considering we see the Captain Crunch in hand.
Yeah. I mean, being able to stop that overwhelm is going to be massive for Szerro. There is a lot of damage available for Winding God. He's going to go with Decimate into the Sleep with the Fishes here. And, you know, he's going into that turn 8. He's going into that Captain Farron turn. Yep. Going to be generating a lot more of those Decimates. And so the clock is ticking for Szerro. He's going to have to find this level up on Lee. He needs to hit his Zenith Blade and then be able to finish out the game, because the Decimates are going to be able to just clean him up.
Yeah, they absolutely are. And Szerro making the, I believe, correct call, pitching the Falling Comet there. He's not going to have time to cast it. It's not actually going to do anything, even though it could kill Jack here. If open attack comes out, it's not really relevant. It's using up too much of his mana. He needs to weave in spells here to actually be able to level up Lee and maybe get a dragon, or at least discount the deep med here. Good news for Szerro is that there is not enough direct damage in hand right now to kill him. It's positive.
Yeah. I mean, now there is, but it's slow. It's over time.
Right.
And he's got this crescent strike. He can stop Farron. He can stop the attacks in general. And it is, you know, that is a spell. It's leveling Lee Sin, so he can keep some of these cheaper spells available to play on these upcoming turns. And realistically, if Szerro can just hit the Zenith Blade, he's not far off finding this win. But
right,
it's not just Zenith. Zenith alone is not quite enough.
No.
And he doesn't really have any gems. I mean, he doesn't have any, but he doesn't have generate either, at least not yet. So this is kind of a tough spot unless he can find maybe some more healing. Just find a way to survive a bit longer.
Yeah, I like block there, block there, block there. Yep, that's how I block. I think the question now is, do you want to Guiding Touch now? I guess, yeah, you want a Guiding Touch now. That will give you the reduction for deep med, and obviously another card, get you another card deeper. Goes for I could see Conch Palm as well, because you do want to cast a spell, and if you don't cast the Conch Palm here, you're probably not casting it. I mean, Szerro knows the game is ending next turn, right? There is no real way around that, so he needs to figure out what is the best way to end the game in his favor. Okay, deep med. That's going to give him looks.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to give him a lot of spells, and that is certainly huge.
Yep.
Sleep with the Fishes, though. This is still just, you know, half a Decimate for free. Yep. Every turn coming out. Winding God has the ability to play 2 Decimates and to Sleep with the Fishes next turn. He has...
Oh, right, he's going to get another Sleep with the Fishes, that's right.
He has enough damage, provided there's no healing from Szerro, which, of course, there is.
There's Zenith.
Okay. Zenith picked up. Gonna go on to the lead.
Yep.
We see another spell picked up for Winding God that is potentially relevant.
Yeah, it sure does seem like it will be.
So he can block the lifesteal and utilize this fervor to deny even more. It'll push 4 damage with the Grenadier, alongside 1 decimate and sleep with the fishes can finish the game.
Yeah. It also effectively makes it so that Szerro has to kick the Farron, though. That I think is already the case. Like you had to do that regardless. Is Winding God deciding if he wants to try to kill the Lee in response?
I think he is. Yeah, I mean, it seems like he potentially is. Unless he's just going face? No. What?
Kill the Lee in response. It seems pretty bad.
Oh, there's a bit of lag for Szerro there. That's a pretty interesting visual bug
I've
that was going on there.
I've not seen that bug before. Yeah, this is interesting. Yeah, Szerro gets to very cleanly and easily counter that. Now, the thing about that is that, now it is much less likely that Szerro is going to be able to find lethal.
Yes, but that's
on 3 mana.
That seems really not good. I mean, you could have denied the lifesteal.
Right.
You could deny the kick damage, theoretically. You could. There's a lot of things you can deny while pushing that 3 to the face. Szerro is so low.
Right. Wait. Oh no, he doesn't have enough mana. Oh, if he gets the serpent, does he win? Wait. He pulls. He's going to do 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Is Szerro actually off by 1? Oh, also Winding God can play another Jack, but still.
Yeah, I mean, I think Winding God is likely still to win, but again, this just feels very suspect. It doesn't feel like that was the best line whatsoever,
right,
for Winding God. This is kind of the second time that we've seen, potentially an error out of Winding God, and I think he's still gonna be able to find the win. Likely, he gets to play 2 decimates on the next turn.
Mm-hmm. Well, here's the thing, though, Casa. Szerro has a deep med, and there are denies in his deck.
3 denies, in fact. So yeah, he will hit one for sure.
And Farron is not getting through. So the life gain difference is actually huge here. I don't know if I like attacking with the Eye of the Dragon from Szerro, but that's okay, I think. I don't know if that's going to make a huge difference.
Wait a minute. I actually think that, this may be a bit of a toss from Winding God, with the context of there's 2 more denies and a deep med, and there's already been so many spells drawn.
Oh yeah.
The odds have to be in Szerro's favor.
That extra decimate is actually useless. Bastion. Wow, he didn't find a deny.
I can't believe it. I can't believe it. He had drawn so many spells. The odds had to be good to hit a deny, and Szerro just doesn't get one. And now, I mean, the game is just done. I mean, that's just double decimate.
Yep.
There is no response left in the hand. I think Szerro did that all correctly towards the end. And it did feel like there were some slightly inaccurate plays from Winding God. But he's still going to be able to find the victory.
Yeah.
And he is going to move on through the loser's bracket to face off, get his own rematch against Sharkweed to try to make it to the grand final in his return back to Fight Night. It's been a while. It's been, I think, a month since we've seen Winding God here. And he's already made it top 3. But, man, that was a close game.
Yep. That was insane. I mean, there were so many little things here and there. But, yeah, I mean, Szerro almost turning around a decidedly bad matchup. It was down to the wire there. But Winding God does prevail and takes down Szerro for the second time in the event. Unfortunately for Szerro and the Szerro fans out there, knocking him out of contention. But Winding God does get his shot at redemption against Sharkui in the next round.
Yeah, and we will be having that match very soon. We're going to take a short break, but Fight Night Legends will continue with Sharkui versus Winding God when we return. Go anywhere. Welcome back to Giant Slayer's Fight Night Legends. We are almost to the end of our tournament here today as we make our way into the losers final, Sharkwe versus Winding God. We saw this matchup earlier.
Yep.
And Sharkwe was able to get the better of Winding God, but let's go ahead and take a look at the big picture so far, Blevins, and how the tournament has gone so far.
Yeah, as you can see, the winner's bracket run made by none other than Swimstrim himself, getting his first grand finals appearance in a fight night event. But on the loser side, we just saw the conclusion of Szerro versus Winding God, round number 2, or second go of it, I guess. Szerro able to take an additional game in the set than he did in the first time they met, but it was Winding God who prevailed in the end, winning 2-1. And now Winding God is going to get his shot at redemption against Sharkwe, who took him down 2-1 in round 2 of the event.
Yeah, I mean, it is the return of the god, return of Yugimoto, Winding God.
True.
Been a minute, but he is back, and once again, making, through the losers bracket. We've seen him winner's side a couple of times. He's made, the full winners run and come away with 2 fight night victories, but he's also been a runner-up before, and he's also made top 4 plenty of times. He is constantly placing really well in these, and once again, guaranteed top 3 right now, but I think Winding God's fighting to be invited back at the very least here. I think he wants to come back, and he's going to have to take down Sharkwe to do it. Earlier, he lost to Sharkwe. This is going to be the Diana Lee and the Fearsome Pursuit lineup coming out of Sharkwe, going into Winding God playing Nightfall, aggro, and Pirate Burn. And I do think that when I look at the lineups, I'm actually surprised that Sharkwe came away with that win on the upper bracket. I actually would have favored Winding God's lineup going in. But we did see how well Sharkwe was playing today and how well he's been piloting these lists. Lots of pirates on my screen right now, but piloting these lists, and I've been really impressed with his performance so far. Even if he ends up top 3 here and doesn't actually make it to Grands, which right now I would consider him the favorite because he did win in the winner's bracket. I think I've been very impressed. This is what I'm trying to say.
Absolutely. And I think the same thing. I think, sort of the standout deck of this event is the next iteration of the Lee Sin deck, and that seems to be the Lee Sin Diana. And if my sources are correct, it unsurprisingly comes from Teal Red, or at least the concept comes from Teal Red. I know Alan ZQ has also been playing it a bunch, or a version of this. The Diana Lee shell seems to be the next iteration. The mono Lee Sin deck was sort of the breakout of last event, with pirate aggro as well, but that's boring and old. The mono Lee Sin was last event. We saw Szerro bring it back after winning, and we just saw that matchup play out, and it really seems like the Lee Diana version is teched out a little bit more for the more aggressive meta that we're seeing ourselves in this fight night specifically.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's working better into all of this aggro. Has at least higher percentages, higher win rates into these aggressive lists, which are there to target Lee Sin. But this is a Lee Sin list that, while targeted, is able to tech itself to defend against, well, it's specifically teching for pirate aggro, but it kind of catches some of these other aggressive decks as well in doing so. And once Winding God, one of the only players that is not on a Lee Sin lineup whatsoever, and that's always interesting to see. Winding God is someone who likes to lead the charge, not really follow suit. And maybe going away from the Lee Sin towards Nightfall instead with Targon is a pretty interesting step. I saw earlier Cephalopod was in chat saying he was surprised that there was only 1 Nightfall in this tournament. And we're going to see it here from Winding God going against the Fearsomes from Sharkwe.
Yeah, here it is. I mean, this is the battle of 2 very explosive decks. I mean, if we would have seen this week 1 of Call of the Mountain Cast, I think people would have been saying something crazy has happened, as everyone was kind of, I think, undervaluing Nocturne off the bat. But here, you know, we're really seeing him perform well. 2 Nocturne decks. I don't know if we've ever seen this.
Yeah. I mean, maybe not on Fight Night. Maybe not 2 Nocturnes going against each other. I think there were a couple Nightfalls played in the past. Someone who surprisingly I don't remember if he has brought a Nightfall deck is actually Nick Mix Blaze, who's been on a couple times and kind of his signature deck, but I think he's stayed away from it. But we do have, you know, Winding God bringing it, and gonna start out with just a Diana, just a raw Diana early on here to try and at least stop a little bit of damage, maybe just block the Spiderling. Yep.
Again, I mentioned it pretty much every time that this Mist Wraith deck has come on screen, but as you can note, you know, this is open deck list, so both players know what their opponents are playing, and you can look at Sharkwee's deck and see there are no Unspeakable Horrors, no Vile Feasts. Being at 1 health and being at 2 health makes no difference from a spell perspective here for Winding God, so that block there is relatively free.
All right, so now Sharkwee potentially could go for this Frenzied Skitter and open up a very, very solid, fearsome attack. No blockers would be available just yet for Winding God. Potential opening here.
Yeah, it's gonna force Winding God to do something. Either play a unit that can block or commit something like Pale Cascades to be able to block and trade. And I think Sharkwee might be fine with either of those options coming through, especially considering that Elise is dangerously close to leveling up here. Of course, Winding God.
This is super good from Winding God. Pre-commit the Pale Cascade onto the Crescent Guardian so it can value trade with Elise, and then play Stygian Onlooker to set up to just defend. You also still have your own Pale Cascade available to be played if you need to, and just going to completely deny that attack.
Yep.
So we see Winding God has to be on the defensive right.
He's got to be on the defensive, but you know, like I mentioned in actually the first round that we watched with Winding God versus Szerro, this Nightfall deck is very good at swapping roles. It can be kind of controlling. It can trade. It can be hyper aggressive, and it can be explosive in one turn. And I think we might be seeing that right here, as it looks like a Nocturne might be coming down here, Casa.
Yeah, Nocturne gonna be very, very scary. It's gonna reduce all the attacks here. There's a lot of Nightfall cards. This Nocturne, it's 1 of 5. This is 4 Nightfall units on the board. Nocturne can actually level here.
Yep, sure can.
And that is going to be a very aggressive swing.
Yeah. Considering that there's 1 blocker on the side of Sharkwee. There is only going to be 1 blocker, because everything is about to have Fearsome.
Yeah, and the Nocturne can get traded with the Wraithcaller.
Yep.
However, this is still going to be a good amount of damage, getting 7 pushed forward. Overall, good trades for Winding God. He's got double Doom Beast on the back burner alongside that Unspeakable.
And this actually, it's going to level Elise too?
Yeah. Yeah, Sharkwee's got a good way to turn this around. Level Elise. He can challenge with 2 of the 1/1s. He can open attack with... It's a lot of damage potentially to be pushed.
Yeah. Can challenge, hit for 4 plus 6 is 10 if he wanted to, if he commits another raid. Then,
wow.
Winding God says, yeah, I see it. Wow. We've talked about this before, Casa. Winding God is not one to play it out if he doesn't see a line to win. And he didn't see it there.
Yeah, I mean, that's such a fast scoop. I mean,
that's an aggressive scoop. I will give you
that. Like, we have seen aggressive scoops from Winding God. Yeah. But that may be the most aggressive scoop we have ever seen on Fight Night. I didn't even have a chance to be like, oh, is he, I mean, he's not dead right now, but is he gonna die? Like, can he come back from this?
Yeah.
What's gonna happen here? No, Winding God was like, yep, it's done. See ya. I'm out. That's good. Let's go next.
Yeah,
go next for Winding God.
Let's get it out of here. Yeah, no, I mean, what can I say? If you don't think you're gonna win, why waste your time? I can definitely respect that. I think there was maybe some play there, but also he's gonna be in a really bad spot. He's gonna be taking at least 10 there, and potentially not having a board, and that might just be doom for the Nightfall deck.
Yeah, and Winding God off to the races. Going out with the Stygian onlookers. Gonna be able to take down the goat, but that's a gem. Traded away. Gonna be able to pick that up. Sharkui. Trade. And there is the Horns of the Dragon. We haven't seen yet. Squeeze Lee Sin the list with the potential aggressive options that he has.
Yeah, he sure does have the big boy. I'm still not sold on the card, but maybe this is the chance to really sell me on the Horns of the Dragon. Of course, there are 2 Lee Sins in Sharkui's hand, so I would imagine that the resources are going to be put onto them first. But I mean, hey, the Horns, it hits like a truck. I will give it that.
Yeah, I mean, it is a very, very interesting. For sure. I mean, if he uses the daylight on these, or daybreak on these Zenith blades, then he can afford to put one onto the Horn of the Dragon and use that aggressively. So the fact that Winding God doesn't have an answer to the Horn of the Dragon actually makes it pretty terrifying.
Yeah. Yeah, especially, I mean, there's another card that makes it pretty strong, where you can pull whatever you'd like with your horn and be pretty good. You're not trading with that. You're certainly not trading with the horn. It's just gonna eat you.
All right, Lee Sin gonna hit the board. This could be a lot of damage from Winding God. Sharkui's gonna take a lot here. He doesn't have a very defensive setup.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a leveled Diana.
Ooh, yeah, this is potentially terrifying. Man, I wonder. Actually, yeah, Sharkui doesn't have to commit anything to the Lee Sin yet, because he can just play the resonating strike here to give Lee barrier.
Right.
But it's not. Oh yeah, I guess that will trade with the Diana, but man, this is not looking great for him. We taking 9 here.
Yeah, I mean, we could see Sonic Wave Resonating Strike. You can even block the Fearsome with the Resonating Strike onto the Eye of the Dragon. The problem, of course, being that you're just trading with an ephemeral unit. It doesn't feel very good in general.
Yep.
And just diversifying the attacks right now for Winding God, making everything pretty much unblockable if he wants to keep this eye alive.
Ooh, yeah. Yep, this is not looking great. Yeah, I just don't. It's so tough because. The question is, do you think that the eye is going to gain you more than, 4 life, right? And I guess the dragonlings will essentially pay back that life that you just lost. So I definitely see it. It
might pay
scary.
back right now. It might pay back right now with the resonating strike. Alongside Lee Sin's Sonic Wave, and gonna pull in that Crescent Guardian. So yeah, already paying dividends.
Yep.
Keeping that Eye of the Dragon alive.
Yeah, this is certainly great. I mean, we can see it now. Winding God is almost out of gas here. And being out of gas is not a good way and not a good position against Lee Sin. And Winding God sees it again. Sharkgui with the pop off. He's going to be moving on to the grand finals here, going up against Swim. Wow.
Yeah, Shark gets his rematch against Swim in the grand finals, and he gets his invite back to next week's Fight Night Legends. Congratulations to Sharkgui already, but does not stop here. He will be in that grand final with Swim. We're going to go to a short break, but the conclusion of Fight Night Legends Week 13 when we return. Welcome back to Giant Slayer's Fight Night Legends. We've had a pretty quick day of matches so far, and we're all the way in the grand final already. It's going to be Swim versus Sharkwe, a rematch from the winners final. But before we get too ahead of ourselves, Blevins, for anybody new here, why don't you break down the format of what Fight Night is?
Oh, yes. We have ascended Mount Targon. We're at the tippy top right now, but there's still one more match. And of course, we played a double elimination bracket with 8 invited players to get there, Casa. Every match has been a best of 3, and that will continue on in the grand finals as well. And players have brought 2 decks with no region overlap. And to win, players need to win with both of their decks. And of course, our players are playing for their share of the $200 prize pool this week. But I need you to focus your attention to the little black box at the bottom here, because it is relevant. The grand finalist from the lower bracket wins, which in this case is Sharkwe. A bracket reset will occur, and the finalists will play one more best of 3. So if Sharkwe wins the first best of 3, we reset and play an additional one. The winner of that wins it all. If Swim wins the first best of 3, Casa, it's it. It's over. Swim will be our champion for Fight Night Week 13.
Yeah, and I mean, let's go ahead and take a look at how both of these players made it there. I mean, we saw Swim make the quick run through the winner's bracket. He took down Vig, he took down Xeloo, and then he took down Sharkwe, get to the winner's final. Whereas Sharkwe had a little bit of a longer run, not much longer, as he took down 2 gods of Fight Night straight away with Guarcha and Winding God for taking down, or falling to Swim, and then defeating Winding God once more. Gonna be all the way here, you know, looking like Kratos, killing off a couple gods, and now he's got the stream god, the god of streaming.
Yeah.
Swimstream, gonna be the final god for
wait
on stream in preparation.
The
Swim
stream god
push-ups.
And the I don't even know, the exercise god.
We had so it was funny. So in Ascent of Targon, there was that questionnaire that went out, right, to the players. And one of the questions was how many push-ups do you think Swim can do? Yeah. And we arrived late there to Swim doing some push-ups. But how many push-ups do you think Swim is capable of doing, Blevins?
I don't remember what the parameters were. I think 10 plus was the highest, and I think I picked like between 5 and 8 or something.
Yeah, I think, you know, Swim is basically what peak male form is. You know, of course, I fully expect that Swim is able to do between 80 and 100 push-ups at any given time that he wants. And really, just on a dime, he could drop down and do that.
Yeah, I don't think so.
It's the strength of his mind that allows him to do such a thing. Just an incredible card gamer.
Yes.
And just specimen of human that Swim is, just utilizing just that huge brain and the psionic abilities that come with it to do those push-ups. I think, you know, Swim, absolutely incredible. And we're going to see him here going up against an actual shark. You know, Jaws himself coming in, Sharkwe, going to be trying to take down just this mega mind that is Swim.
I get it now. His hair is not hair. It's like symbiote tendrils that are, it's not actually his hand going through his hair. It's his hair grabbing his hand because he's like Venom. Okay, I get it now. So yeah, he probably could do, you know, 3,000 or 4,000 push-ups if I had to guess.
Easily. It would not be a problem whatsoever. You know, while tournaments may be easy for Sharkao, you know, push-ups easy for Swim. So we're gonna have this matchup. We saw it earlier. It is a rematch.
We did.
It is a rematch. So, of course, you know, Swim getting the edge in that first matchup. Basically, he's been running through this tournament with discard aggro. I think that has been the really shining star of Swim's lineup so far. And I wonder if we're going to see it slow down at all, or if yet again it's going to be able to find him.
Yeah, I do think the discard aggro really I mean, I'll bring up my wrong call again. I did say before the cast that we should get Swim on camera early because he's going to lose in round 1 because he's playing a meme deck, meaning this one. I was dead wrong. I was also not dead wrong, but I was pretty wrong on my read for Diana Lee, and I really like Swim's version of Diana Lee specifically. It is very teched out for the aggro world that we're living in. And I mean, besides the fact that he's coming in from the winner side, Swim is very much a favorite here going into these grand finals, Casa.
Yeah. I mean, the aggro techs are certainly the biggest note for me for Swim. I think that it is really, really solid, Diana Lee. And we'll be able to talk about that a lot more later. Most likely, I don't expect that the discard aggro is going to get 4. So we'll likely be seeing that deck get some play. And we'll get to that more when we get to there. But once again, Swim, double champion start with the discard aggro. We have yet to see him lose when he has this start. And I'm not sure if he's going to start losing now. There are the champions for the side of Sharkwe as well. But he's missing a lot of the early spells to help out his lead.
Yeah, the beauty, or I guess the power of this discard deck is, you know, unlike some of the other aggressive decks, it can really be explosive and win very, very quickly in one turn from almost nothing, right? It does not need to necessarily, you know, chip in 3-4 here, chip in another 3 here, chip in 5 here, kind of like the pirate aggro. It is, you know, it can build up a big board. It can get these like inevitable wins with Jinx and can just be very, very annoying and pestering and putting pressure on Sharkwee's board with cards like Draven. So, you know, even though the Lee Sin and Diana can get a lot of value in this matchup, or in an aggressive matchup, rather, it's not going to be as good as some of the other aggressive matchups.
Yeah, I mean, certainly not. And, well, we get to turn 3 and Swim putting some thought into this turn. I mean, I think it's likely going to be Draven, but I wonder if he's scared of specifically Sonic Wave Resonating Strike. Just being able to clear away his Draven, as there is still 4 mana remaining. And potentially, the fact that he has his own spells that he cast, he could try and deny a Dragonling generation.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is another. We saw Winding God do this before. I don't know if Swim's gonna bite here, but passing, or you know, lobster passing, as we like to call it, against the Lee Sin deck when they have an Eye of the Dragon out and they don't have, you know, Dragonling online. Even though theoretically the Lee Sin deck will be better going long, it's still fine if they're not, you know, they're not making a Dragonling, they're not able to put on a lot of defense, they're not actually killing any of your board. You can take the time to be a little more, you know, to go for a win later on. Again, you don't need to necessarily, you know, be doing 3 damage a turn over the course of 5 turns like some of these other decks. You can do it in bigger chunks and go wide with this deck.
Yeah, for sure. I think going wide is definitely going to be a strength of this list. I mean, we even saw, you know, favorites earlier. Definitely getting a lot of value. Also not getting a lot of value in games, but specifically the one where he drew both. He had a very good time. And, you know, we talked about it already. Has the double champions. But is Jinx safe yet, is the question. He'll only have 5 mana on the subsequent turn to try and get that level up. And, yeah, there's a lot of mana that needs to be cast from hand. These get excited, can help thin the hand. They are very aggressive. But right now, it does make Jinx a little bit hard.
Yeah, I don't know. It seems like Jinx is... Well, the thing is that there's not really a good way to deal with a Lee Sin from Swim. I think, like, Lee Sin plus double spell is pretty much going to go unchecked. And even though, like, trading a Lee Sin for a Jinx is probably fine, I don't know. Like, if Sharkgui is making that offer, it's not going to be good for Swim, right? Because Sharkgui's not going to make that offer if it's not in his favor. So, yeah, Jinx I think is a little too high value and also too far away from actually leveling up to commit here.
Yeah, and I mean, once again, Swim's probably going to want to wait on Jinx. Doesn't want to put it into a Lee Sin.
No.
Certainly not. Maybe he can start spending some mana to get these Get Exciteds out of hand. I'm curious if he's at the point yet where he can actually just start hurling things at the face and trying to set up for this Jinx level up. Because, I mean, this is 6 damage in Get Exciteds. That'll put Sharkgui down to 8.
Yep.
But the board is so wide from Sharkgui. Like, you know, we were talking about wide boards in general deck, but this is a wide board from the control list that can answer any wide board that Swim comes up with. So now, kind of comes down to spells are going to be the big thing.
Yeah, I like this play from Swim. He wants to be as non-committal as possible, while also not. He doesn't want to just raw pass. I don't think, because that is going to be probably not great. I think Sharkgui is maybe fine taking the pass, considering he has the Lee Sin developed. It's this is actually a possibility to kill Lee Sin. Swim can Axe Draven, which will force out the spell to give Lee Sin barrier, and then Get Excited can kill the Lee Sin. So that looks like it's what Swim is going for here, because, you know, all the things I said before are all well and good, but the pressure comes off by quite a bit if Lee Sin's not on the board.
Yeah, this is a great line. This is really solid. Being able to deal with the Lee Sin, there's only 4 cards in hand for Sharkgui, so potentially you can actually outvalue with the Jinx if you can get rid of this Lee Sin, if you can get her onto the board safely, which is possible if Lee Sin isn't there. There's as long as you can get around challenges, then this Jinx can actually be very safe on the board. And so I would like to see this line from Swim. I'm interested to see if he goes for it. I think it makes sense here. It's only 1 mana remaining. Pretty much a guarantee that he gets the kill.
There's nothing that can be played. Actually, that is true.
Yeah, I think it is true.
Can't even the pedal doesn't generate a mana, so you can't like pedal Pale Cascade. That's not how it works. Even though in my mind it does. It doesn't. So yeah, Get Excited will guarantee the kill onto the Lee Sin. Notably pitching the Rummage here and not the Axe.
So this will allow him to level.
Oh yeah, he can Jinx and then level now.
He could. Yeah, he could.
I kind of like it, actually. Get the Jinx online as fast as possible. Start creating oh wait, can he? Actually, no, he can't. He can't, because he can't discard both.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
I forgot that there was going to be another axe made.
That is interesting. I'm curious why. I'm very curious why Rummage. Is he looking to Jinx here and then double axe, open attack, pull Diana with the Chompers?
My thought is that he didn't factor in the axe, but I'm only thinking that because I didn't think that. So I'm projecting here.
Projecting, yeah. Projecting.
I am definitely projecting for sure. I do like the plan of get Jinx online as fast as possible. The Lee Sin is gone. There are 2 raw Sonic Waves in Sharkgui's deck, so it's unlikely that there's another one. Yeah, unfortunately, attacks are kind of off the menu unless he is doing the play that you described, Casa, which was the double axe. which it certainly could be.
He could single axe and just kill off one of these eyes of the...
Yes. Oh, okay, yeah, he could single axe, kill off an eye, and then... I mean, he might just be going upstairs.
Yeah, does he want this? I mean, he never wants this crowd favorite. He's definitely leveling.
Not anymore.
You're leveling your Jinx.
Right.
So I guess the options are, yeah, like you said, you go upstairs, kill the eye, or you could kill Diana. The Bastion going to be protecting this eye.
Yeah, no. Swim has to, again, make the calculation of, is this Eye of the Dragon going to generate more or less than 3 damage?
Well, he knows it's generating 1 Dragonling now, right? Because that's 2 spells played.
Yep. That's going to be 2 health gained and also 2 extra damage coming through. So that is, I think that equals greater than 3. The other thing is that open attack isn't super scary. Yes, he'll gain life. Yes, yes, Shark Wee will gain some life. Yes. I mean, the attack might not even be able to come in.
Yeah. I think Swim is considering if there any card save this, because then he's essentially throwing away his Get Excited. And there are a few.
I mean,
I believe
Hell
Cascade.
Yeah. Hell Cascade, another Bastion.
Yeah, there's another Bastion. So there are, but I
that's-
think he's just calculating that it's probably still going for.
Yeah, I'm wondering, cause it's certainly better because now the oh right, he's not getting a rocket this turn. Okay. I was miscounting. Yeah, no, this makes sense. I was thinking that there was going to be a rocket this now last turn, and then he's going to get a second rocket here. So this makes sense. Horns certainly got to be a little scary.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty scary.
12,
It's
14,
worth
15,
8.
Yeah. And with the no, you can't actually play the other here. Yeah, now
no, I was gonna say Swim has the option to just play the fan block with his Jinx, play the new Jinx, but I just feel like it's probably just worse than...
I think it's play Draven's biggest fan and chump, and then next turn, like, and commit to not making a rocket this turn. Could also be...
Can you do that, though, or is it too slow of a clock?
I mean, I currently don't know what the plan against this dragon is.
Right.
Or Horns of the Dragon, rather. I kind of think you just take this.
Well, if you already developed
10.
the 2-1, you probably just block the horn. You just eat 8 to the horn instead of your face.
Maybe. I think you're going to get the same choice later. You might want to attack. I don't know. I think you're not... Swim's not beating the Zenith Blade on the horn anyway, right?
No,
like that's
no,
gonna crunch through. If he effectively uses his 2/1 to gain 8 now, the Zenith Blade is gonna not care about that anyway. So taking the 8 here or not, I don't think matters. I'm not sure. Oh, okay. This makes sense.
So this is what I was talking about is,
yeah,
you just play the Jinx.
Right. You still get your yeah, you still get the rocket. I keep forgetting that if you play the second Jinx, you'll get a rocket. I was thinking
about this line. This is a weird one. This doesn't feel good, but it's like it might be correct. And I'm sure that's why it took Swim a second to fully decide on it as well.
I literally just forgot that you actually get a rocket off of this, so that was just me not even thinking that. I do like the line. He knew he was getting a Draven. Ooh. Crowd favorite doesn't look terrible here. It's going to be 4, or it's going to be a 5-4, right? Ooh, which is just out of where he wants it to be able to block the horn and trade.
Right, but it might be threatening enough to actually get one of these horns. I mean, the second one might come down at 6, which actually would deny pretty much any of Swim's attacks.
The other consideration is if Swim plays Draven first, yeah, he's actually thought through what I was just going to explain. If he plays Draven first, he actually doesn't get a rocket. So he's essentially trading -1/-1 on the crowd favorite for a rocket. And Hush, of course, stops the rocket here. So that's going to be minus another rocket.
And we see the Zenith Blade.
Yeah, that's good old Zenny B. Gonna end the game quickly. Now Swim deciding, is there an attack that makes sense? I mean, if you play Draven, actually attacking with the crowd favorite. No, I know, because the axe can't happen. Is there anything he can threaten here? A spell? Vision? Okay, he could have a vision. Yeah, I don't know if Shark... I don't know if Swim attacks with the 4-3, I don't know if Sharkweed can actually block. Okay, well, the mystery of it all is now gone.
Sharkweed knew is Draven because Draven's a fan, so...
Oh, you're right. You're right.
But I was taking a second to think if that made sense as threatening visions, theoretically, in a vacuum, could work there on the crowd favorite, but since Draven's biggest fan was played,
yeah,
that one will not work out. Augmented Experimenter.
Well, that's certainly the one that you want when you are at this point in the game. Oh, deny though from Sharkweed is going to stop the augmented. That is huge. And now the clock has been set for Swim. Horns of the Dragon is going to end it very quickly. And I'm not sure where Swim finds the room to get this one.
Yeah, if he was able to make a rocket here, it'd be very helpful. But like you mentioned, deny is in hand, so it can end at least something.
Well, he's still going to get the rocket because the augmented is going to be the last card in hand.
I just mean
anyway.
If he could have made it, it would help out a lot with the board, but it would have been denied. And now, you know, deny the augmented experimenter instead.
Yep. I guess augmented. It's got to be I, right? I think it's got to be I. And Sharkweed, I mean, you've got to hit the draw 3 cards, right? You can't try to save it for the rocket. There's no way. Wow. Oh, because the rocket gets discarded.
Interesting.
Man, well,
have I really never seen that?
I've never seen that interaction.
That feels so weird. Like,
it does feel weird.
It makes sense now that I'm seeing it. As
oh yeah, you know it does, because it was not from the discard that you got the rocket. It was because the experimenter was the last card. Yeah,
that doesn't happen when you have other cards, right?
Right.
Yeah. So that's why I've never seen it, because normally you'd have another card, and then augmented would discard those. Rocket would be created, and then you would. So that's
That makes
sense. I had never seen that before, and I was so I was so thrown off by that. But no, that it does make sense actually. That's interesting. And I don't know if Swim has ever seen. I don't think he would have that play. I don't think the axe was while for losing the rocket.
No,
so I
definitely
think
not.
pretty clearly Swim did not realize that that was that interaction.
Right.
And I think maybe Sharkweed did, because he was kind of cool with the rocket just going away. And now he's got a deny for a future rocket.
Yeah, I mean, this feels very much in Sharkweed's favor here. And Sharkweed even taking the more conservative route of buffing the Dragonling here to gain 2 extra life. Yeah, I mean, it feels a lot like this is Sharks to lose for sure.
Yeah, I mean, the missiles are still good for moving the rest of this board. I mean, that's a second dragon available. Blade is still there. So next turn, these big beefy boys are just going to be barreling down on the Swim. The 4-pronged assault of the horns of the dragon.
Yeah. Swim getting all 4 horns coming through. Now Swim deciding what the best line is here. I mean, he's not getting a rocket. He won't get another rocket. Hopefully he doesn't fall into that. The rocket was already made this turn. Okay, Battlecaster. I mean, that threatens a lot of damage.
Yeah, I wonder if Swim can eke something out, because this board is going to be very buffed up. And if he can actually get that missile out first, he does remove the block.
Right. I mean, we know that that's unlikely to happen considering the deny, but that seems like that is gotta be Swim's line.
Yeah, I mean, if Swim had, if Swim had 1 extra rocket, this might be a slightly different game, right? Losing it to the augmented experimenter could turn out to be very problematic, actually, for Swim.
Yeah, well, let's just say this. It's not making it any easier for him. And, Casa, we haven't brought it up all fight night, but I do think... Ooh. That's an interesting one. I do think that a player losing with a leveled up Jinx out for what, 4 or 5 turns, that's got to be a fight night bingo square.
It's got to be on the bingo square?
It's got to be. Wonder... Now, you definitely don't want to not get full value out of your rummage, but man, it kind of feels like those Poros were a pretty good source of damage.
Yeah, I mean, either way, Poro cannon on visions still kind of ridge away the Poros after that, so.
Right.
Swim just skipping a step there, and the deny. Man, if he had 1 more rocket. This
one more
actually
rocket certainly would.
I mean, I think Swim would essentially have it if he had 1 more, because the Jinx would likely have to be blocked and clear away one of these horns. But the chumps are probably going to be enough.
Yeah.
That I don't think Swim will be able to defend against these horns on next turn, looking at the HP value.
It's not looking likely. No, he might be able to... Problem is, Draven is not anywhere near anything. If he drew another Draven, I mean, that's a spell to interact with the horns at least. He really only... He doesn't need to... He kind of only needs to kill 1. and then can chump
if he
the
kills
other.
one, he can block.
Of course, we see the Sonic Wave in Sharkwee's hand, which is going to be, is going to allow Shark to pull whichever, one health unit he wants, or just pull the Jinx. Yeah, this is not looking good for Swim. I mean, Augmented Experimenter is always the beginning of the comeback turns, right, Casa? Like,
yeah,
it's never not Augmented Experimenter that starts the chain of, the series of unfortunate events for Sharkwee, if they're going to happen.
Well, and it kind of would have been, but Swim losing that rocket. Because if we think about this board, if there aren't these 1 health chumps,
yeah,
suddenly you're forced
really
into
scary.
utilizing. You lose that horn, and then this is a game again.
Yeah.
Where Swim is in a better position. But because of the deny, plus the fact that Swim probably didn't know that interaction. I certainly didn't. You didn't.
No. Never seen it.
It may have turned this around where Shark is going to win. He's got both horns. He has Sonic Wave Resonating Strike to attack in at burst speed.
Mm-hmm.
He'll have gems that he can add as well. I just don't think it's survivable for Swim.
Yeah, at burst speed. Yeah, the problem for Swim is that there doesn't even need to be a development. And Swim at burst speed has Get Excited, although I don't even know how many are left in the deck. Probably a decent amount if you factor in Jinxes, yeah. Not even at double Get Excited range. Triple Get Excited, but we know that that's not possible. Also, there won't be enough cards in hand for that to be possible.
Double Get Excited can maybe remove one of horns,
that is true.
That would save Swim. And that maybe that's what he's playing to. I mean, he's obviously playing but because he doesn't want to draw. Well, he already has Draven, so I guess he wouldn't anyway. But
yeah, he wouldn't get it.
Either
Draven.
way,
yeah.
I guess theoretically Draven he would want because potentially Whirling Death is good here.
That's true, and actually, second Draven probably saves Sharkwee here too. 10. Yeah, I mean, block with Draven and then kill the other one. Yeah, I mean, possibly. Maybe. Crowd favorite not going to do it. Vision not going to do it. I think that's just going to be it. Gems on the open attack with
you even
the
get
wave.
To Sonic Wave Resonating Strike pull in that Arena Battlecaster.
Yeah.
There's even a Pale Cascade on top of this. I mean, this is an OTK of its own.
Wow.
As that's 24 points of damage from just the one on the left.
Yeah.
Sharkwee gonna take game 1 over Swim in the grand final.
Yeah.
He's 1 away from triggering the bracket reset. Swim gonna be looking to first sweep this, run this one back.
Yep.
And try and close out this grand finals. He beat Sharkwee earlier, but this time around, Sharkwee starting out with an early lead.
Yeah.
Got to win 2 sets, though, in order to take down Swim. As he is coming the loser's bracket, all he has remaining is this Mono SI with the 2x Relentless Pursuit Splash from Demacia, playing these fearsomes, looking to fearsome rally. I mean, that's what we used to call the deck with Hecarim.
Yeah.
Can call it the same once more. Rally list from Sharkwee. Yep. And that's what he's got left. Lee Sin gonna be queued up by Swim.
Yeah, I mean, this is it's always good to be up a game, but to be up a game with a sort of burst kill potential combo-y-ish aggro deck seems like a pretty decent spot to be in, considering you can just win from anywhere. And Again, if Sharkgui gets the win here, it will trigger a bracket reset and we'll be going into a final best of 3. If Swim can rattle off 2 in a row, he will be our Fight Night champion, but he's got to get through this game first.
Yeah, he's going to have to make his way through. And, you know, we've talked about this lead deck being quite good against aggro, and the start looks really solid for Swim, right? We've got Diana, which, you know, having that challenger, being able to hit most of Sharkgui's units in the early game, it's going to be very strong for Swim. And then he's got Tasty Fae Folk to help him regen a little bit, and Listen as well to help pick up units off the board. So I think that Swim in general is liking the hand that he's got. He'd like to find maybe a little bit more lifesteal, maybe find an Eye of the Dragon. He can't block it, just kind of continually generating the healing is quite good for him. But that's a good pickup to generate the Nightfall and get this Diana online. Go ahead and clear this Arachnid Horror.
Yep, that is a huge pickup. Otherwise, it was going to be relatively awkward. Actually, it was not going to be possible to give Diana the Nightfall trigger, because the spells that would be able to be cast had no targets. So you couldn't even make Diana give Diana the Nightfall trigger. But as it stands, Swim is at least going to have that option. He's debating taking the pass here. Of course, Lee Sin can pretty much always get value out of the mana. And interestingly enough, is going to use the Dusk Petal Dust there. I don't know. Did that even do anything?
He doesn't have any other Nightfall units, so he's just using it as a spell to start leveling up Lee Sin.
Sure.
Now, it could be saved to be used as a 1-mana give Lee Sin Challenger or give Lee Sin Barrier later in the game. But other than that, it's not going to accomplish anything unless he gets to second Diana down the line. So I don't hate the play. I think it's pretty reasonable. I think he's going to be floating 1 mana.
That's true.
It probably works out.
Yep, and there's the combo. The combo being Mentor of Stones plus a unit. In this case, Diana.
Huge combo.
I mean, it's a great combo.
It is.
I would play. I want to play that combo in all of my decks. Here, again, to point it out, Sharkgui has no 1 damage ping, so Lee Sin being at 1 health doesn't make too much of a difference if he wants to use this Pale Cascade. Could also just straight up trade.
Could be Sonic Wave Resonating Strike to give Sin Barrier.
Yeah.
Or it could just be this Pale Cascade like you talked about. It could be on the 1 and just trade that with the 4/3. 2/1 into the 4/3 with the Pale Cascade and take the trade of a card and draw something, continuing to level up your Lee Sin. I think there are merits to a couple things, but I like the Sonic Wave Resonating Strike being kept while you have Diana on board. I think that is big. Being able to give her challenger very easily and give her definitely keeping around, and I like using the Pale Cascade a little bit.
Yeah, I agree. I also think, I mean, the Sonic Wave Resonating Strike with Mentor also just, chef's kiss. It's exactly what you want, because you're just going to be able to trade up so easily. And I mean, this is the position that the Lee deck wants to be in against this deck, right? You've got free reign on your Lee. You're under no real pressure to do too much. You can free develop the Zenith Blade without any fear whatsoever. I mean, even something like, and we see it, the Mist Call plus Atrocity would be a sort of a surprise interaction spell, but there's no, Sharkgui's not anywhere near enough mana for that. And here, I would imagine we're going to see the Sonic Wave Resonating Strike in conjunction with the Mentor to just clear this off very cleanly. Stalking Shadows is, it's a good value generator for Sharkweed, but like, oh, I thought he missed. Oh, he did. He missed. He missed Wraithed, but he did not miss. Yeah, Sonic Wave Resonating Strike can just cleanly deal with this. Get a buff on, you know, either Diana or Lee Sin, whichever he wants. Doesn't even really matter that much. I mean, I always prefer to put it on the Lee Sin, but getting Diana to 4 power means that she can block Fearsome, which could be relevant.
Yeah, I think the craziest part of this is it would be possible for the mentor to survive. Like, that is the the insane thing. Now we know there's a Risen Miss, and what this looks like is I expect Sharkweed to wait for this to come out to see if he can Risen Miss and block this. And wow, Swim heads up says, I know the only thing that is gonna stop this mentor from surviving or getting value is Risen Mist coming down, blocking at burst speed, gives the Resonating Strike over. It does allow him to do more damage to face anyway, so it's a pretty safe hedge in general. Really any too much of a reason not to do it. And yeah, Swim is able to keep this mentor alive, push 3 damage, and he's gonna be able to get another trigger onto either Lee or Diana, but you could just put it on Lee because he's got this Zenith Blade already. He can just set up to win the game.
Yeah, I mean, right now, Swim is going to win next turn with Lee Sin.
Should he be able to level?
Yeah, I think it's just a matter of, like, he just needs to be able to actually, like, block with the mentor, honestly. Blocking with the mentor and getting the gems should probably be pretty close. I mean, there's 2 from the Sonic Wave Resonating Strike. 3 more is 5. I mean, maybe it's not. It might not. He might be a little bit off, but Swim playing it a little bit safer, which is fine. You have the ability to do that in this version of the deck. You've got a little bit more range, play a little bit safe.
Just a missed Wraith attack. Okay. Tasty Feyfolk can kind of just nullify this.
Yeah, it just says, yep, how about I take 0? He could also block with Lee Sin if he wanted to be super safe. If somehow things went awry, he has the Sonic Wave Resonating Strike to give Lee barrier, but again, there is no interactive spells at 4 mana that are going to do anything to impact that. Even another Risen Mists is still going to leave Lee alive. I like this block. Okay.
All right. Swim heals up to 19. He has the board advantage. He has Zenith Blade for Lee Sin.
Yep.
He's going into this next turn, going to be having 9 mana. Actually, 10 mana.
Yep. Yeah, it's going to be tough for Sharkweed. I think the wins are going to involve, I mean, 2 of the 2 cards that he has in hand, which are Atrocity and Relentless Pursuit. However, again, open deck lists, those are 2 cards that Swim knows are possibilities in Sharkweed's deck. So he's definitely in a position to be able to play around those for the most part.
Okay. Trying his best to remove the Lee Sin. There is going to be an answer, though. I think Sharkweed realizing that, hey, I can't win if Lee Sin is
last
alive.
shot at it, basically, yeah.
Atrocity being his only interaction.
Yep. And if this is a leveled up Lee Sin, it's just going to be game.
He can get there with the second Zenith. So, yeah.
He should go for it.
It's not quite going to do it because we do see that Gui does have this.
Oh, right,
beyond.
the glimpse. Yep.
But you are right. I mean, it's game, essentially, right? Dusk Metal Dust even be used to accomplish the same goal, leveling up the Lee Sin.
Yep, that's going to be... Oh, here... Yeah, pull, and then... I mean, might as well attack with everything else. Yes, pump the Diana. I almost... pumping the Diana versus the... It doesn't really matter. You don't care about either. I do like pumping this one more, because you'd rather block with that if, you know, the worst case, you know, quadruple Mist Wraith turn happened, I guess.
Get that extra 1 damage. Good job, Sven.
Could be relevant.
No, I mean, he knows that it's likely, you know, Beyond is the only thing that Gui's going to be able to play to keep him alive, so, you know, might as well. You're not going to spend this other 2 mana on the outcome, so let's just let's get that 1 more damage. Let's get that in. Let's play efficient.
Yep. Glimpse,
the glimpse
come in. Plus, it gives you, you know, dragon. You're gonna play it anyway. You might as well get the extra 1 in. Okay. Now, for what it's worth, the shields are kind of down for Swim in terms of interactive spells. Of course, he then immediately draws a burst speed double spell. That is also a second Lee Sin. Also, just the units on board will kill regardless of whether they're Lee Sin or not. Also, there's another Mentor of the Stones.
Right.
Okay, I can keep going on, but yeah, this.
Yeah, no,
over.
please do.
Also, the Mentor of the Stones are going to generate gems, so even if any of these units survive, he's going to be fine. It plays a... Okay, what are we going for here?
Going for the
Nocturne.
I think Nocturne... If I'm seeing that right, he is 0-5. Makes sense. This deck is not really a Nightfall deck, so you're not going to get a leveled up Nocturne.
Oh, right. But can threaten to... Can threaten to kill the Lee Sin. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, you're right. You can.
Swim also has the ability to press the OK button if that happens.
Yeah. Absolutely could. He probably won't, but he absolutely could do that.
Yeah. I'm trying to think, what are the outs? Yeah, and Sharkwe trying to do something. I think he realized, I think Swim is going to think it out, and that's great, but he's going to get to the conclusion that regardless of what happens, this game is over.
And now, Swim on discard aggro has 1 game to become the champion of week 13 of Fight Night. But Sharkwe already took game 1. He's got a chance to try and move this on to a bracket reset, give him another best of 3, take it for himself. Swim has looked really good on this discard deck, though, and it's going up against the Fearsome list. We saw this matchup earlier. I think Swim came away with the victory, if I'm remembering correctly.
I believe you're correct about that one. Draven's biggest fan. That's going to mean a turn 3 Draven for Swim. He's got the 1 and the 2 already set up. Can use his mulligans to look for a jinx.
Yeah, I mean, House Spider being a turn 2 play as well, reasonably good for Swim. The way this sets him up, right? Swim is heavily rewarded by finding the crowd favorite by keeping the House Spider. Because he's guaranteed to have a turn 1, a turn 2. He's guaranteed a turn 3 because he's going to hit Drake. And then if he draws that turn 4, if he draws that crowd favorite, then his board is immensely strong. And if he draws Jinx for turn 4, then his board is immensely strong. So it gives him a lot of very good draws for the upcoming turns. And I like the way that he mulliganed for this discard deck.
Yeah, and Visions is definitely one of those cards that enable the nut draws. He's got vision for days. He can see all over the place. And man, when you get free ear, Swim is going to be able to play Draven, get an Axe, and then is going to be able to get a free Visions with the Axe, and then can also play a Visions. Is Sharkweed going to die this turn? I'm only half kidding when I ask that.
I'm curious as to how this is gonna go. Well, because Sharkweed can play Stygian Onlooker, he can play Risen Mist.
Yeah, but are you ever playing Stygian Onlooker here? Is it just a 2-1?
Right. Neither of those plays make any sense for him to do.
Passes.
Oh my god.
Wait.
I mean, he's not dead. It's just
unless
it's just, no, he's not. I don't think it's possible. Blevins, I don't think it's possible for him to die. Blevins, but
what if he draws stuff off of the rummage? He could draw anything. He could draw a boat. Okay, he can't draw a boat. That's not in this deck. He could draw Get Excited.
He's gonna do a lot of damage.
He's at least gonna threaten a lot of damage. I will say that. And you don't even have to overcommit here. So here's the downside. It's not threatening lethal right now.
No,
okay, he's just doing it. I love it. I love it. Just
oh my god.
There's Poro Cannon. That's inevitability.
And Sharkweed, fortunately, has this Risen Mist.
Yeah.
Or he would be, well, dead. I mean, he would just be dead.
Right.
This is so much damage from Swim.
He gets to pay 4 mana to gain 5 in your aggro deck. Not where you want to be. Swim still has an active Draven. And oh, by the way, these buffs just stay, although the one of the buff is from an axe on the spider, so it doesn't get to that doesn't get to stay. But yeah, I mean, boy, Swim would have loved to have those visions buffs on this Poro Cannon, but even so.
Yeah, I mean, the Poro Cannon is not very interactable from Sharkweed, so Poro Cannon alongside Arena Battlecaster is actually pretty scary. Yeah, alongside the Alex, for sure.
5, yeah.
So reasonably, the fact that he was able to get so much upfront damage means that these Daring Poros are actually scary. And crowd favorite. That is certainly a finisher here.
Yeah. And I mean, I'm seeing... Okay, so positives. Okay, Sharkweed's not even going for the Nocturne play to be able to threaten the Draven. Just says, I need to put forth blockers so I don't die. And now Swim has to decide what is the best way to set this up. How can you get the most value out of crowd favorite? Do you just go for the 6/5 crowd favorite with a Poro maybe? Pitch Draven's biggest fan? Do you just play Draven's biggest fan and the crowd favorite? And just go from there? Say the Poro Cannon can get the last 2 points in if I don't win next turn?
Yeah, I mean, you might even just discard the Poro Cannon for the Spinning Axe.
Right.
On this next turn, you might not even need them whatsoever.
I'm wondering, does Swim ever want to take a block here?
I mean, reasonably, he could block with the Spider, the 4/1. But I think he wants to just be wide for the crowd favorite. So I don't know if I love the block.
I think
personally,
the thought process is that this is going to happen anyway. And, well, oh no, because it's taking away a
Right.
point of damage from crowd favorite. Yeah, I like it a lot less, actually.
I do wonder if just is the open attack still just threatening lethal. I think it is. With the crowd favorite, of course.
Yeah, it's looking like he's not going to go for crowd favorite.
Are you thinking double Poro?
I mean, I wasn't thinking that. I'm only basing it off of the things that Swim is doing. He might just develop. He might open develop, which is fine because there's not. Well, there are definitely punishes. He has a lot of. I mean, his deck is basically built around like playing
Frenzied Skitterer, Nocturne.
Frenzied Skitterer is huge. I mean, yeah.
But I guess even
that's not a Skitterer though.
If a Skitterer comes, I mean, the Nocturne is there, so you can proc Nightfall, put that down.
Yep. Yeah, it seems like. It definitely seemed like open attacking was pretty strong there. As it stands, it seems like it's going to be pretty good because, yeah, there can't be too many value blocks that come out because there's just too much there's too much damage being pushed here.
Yeah, and insult to injury, right? Even if Sharkweed lives, this is an augmented experimenter picked up for Swim,
right.
So he's refilling his hand on the next turn. He's going to be able to continue to put the pressure down.
Yep.
And so even though Sharkweed lives here at 2, there's so many more cards that Swim is going to have, and finding 2 damage with this deck is not that hard.
It's not too hard, for sure, but it is. I mean, it's not as easy as these decks traditionally would be. There's only Get Exciteds. There are no Mystic Shots in the deck, so there's not that out. It's really just Get Excited, or I mean, Double Jinx is effectively a Get Excited. So definitely a lot of outs. Don't get me wrong, but it's not like instantaneous.
Sure, it's not so guaranteed. And now Swim even has to think, does he just want to play crowd favorite instead? Fairly reasonable. Just look at the hand, though.
Mistwraiths can happen here. Wait, Casa, wait.
He's got 5 Mistwraiths in hand and a Wraith Caller.
Does it
6
matter,
Mistwraiths.
though? He's not going to be able to. He can only play 3
Nah, he can play 3.
Okay. I'm just like, Swim can only block 2 of them. But he Augmented Experimenter does it all because he kills a Mistwraith and can block 1.
Absolutely, yeah. It's it's a lot of Wraiths, but they're not gonna actually be able to save Gwen. We even, the Poros themselves representing the game all by themselves.
Right. True. There's no way you kill Nocturne here. There's no way it's scarier. 1 additional Mistwraith puts it is better than the Nocturne.
Yeah, you actually also don't want to let, Sharkweed like play a Nocturne, theoretically.
Right.
Now,
Exactly.
I don't think that it's I also don't think that it matters whatsoever. But
that was something I just realized, even though I've been saying it all day, that there are no Unspeakable Horrors in the deck. That is technically true, but there is access to them if you have 2 Nocturnes.
Nocturne, yeah. That is true. That is true.
I did not think about that until right now. But I think Sharkweed going through the motions, seeing if maybe Swim misclicks and takes 17, and then he gets to play a... he's not even giving him the option to do that. Yeah. Well, Swim playing it safe because he can.
Yeah, but Swim, I mean, it's I believe his 3rd time, maybe 4th time in a Giant Slayer event. He's played Reckonings. He's played a Fight Night before. I think this is probably his 4th appearance.
Yep.
And finally, he makes it all the way to the grand finals, which he hadn't done before. He's not
even going for it. He wants the attack instead.
He's getting as much damage as he can in. He's savoring the victory.
Savoring the flavor.
As he is able to win his first Giant Slayer event. He's going to be... Swim is going to be your champion.
Wow.
For Fight Night Week 13.
There it is.
A massive performance on, the Lee Sin list, alongside the only player to bring discard aggro. We haven't seen it in a bit at Fight Night, but Swim picking up that deck, bringing it, having an amazing performance. It looked great. It looked great against all these other aggro lists. Historically, it's done well into aggro matchups. Did well into Burn. It used to be very good against Burn. And it's done well against aggro in the past. It is an aggro deck that can beat Lee Sin. This worked really well. So, Blev, let's go ahead and take a look at his path to this victory.
Yeah. Well, it started off as many do at the beginning. Took out Vig 2-1, and then played against last week's runner-up, Xeloo. Won pretty handily, 2-0, and then played the first match against Sharkgui in the winners finals. Took that one 2-1, then got to sit atop the throne in waiting for the grand finals. Of course, we jumped down to the lower bracket where we saw a good comeback run from Szerro, last week's champion, but he was taken down the second time by Winding God, who then lost their second match to Sharkgui, who fought back to be able to play against Swim in the grand finals. And we just saw the conclusion there, Casa. Just, crazy fight night. I mean, relatively diverse deck lineups coming in, and the discard aggro, and I think the breakout of the event, the Diana Lee, coming out on top.
Yeah, I mean, and Sharkgui, big shout outs to him. He's also qualifying for next week's Fight Night. He took down two of the big gods of Fight Night. He took down Guardian, he took down One God, and at the end of the day, not able to overcome Swim. But Swim, you're here. Can you hear us, buddy?
I think so. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Awesome to have you here. I mean, congratulations.
Hello.
First things first, we always ask, how to get your win here at Fight Night.
How does it feel?
Yeah, how you feeling, buddy?
I feel pretty good. Definitely, still need to play a little cleaner. The thing is, I think one of the most important mentalities is, like, regardless of how well you did, you should always be critical. You always need to look back. And there's a few plays I could have played a little tighter today, but overall, feel pretty good.
Yeah, no, I think that is a really good mentality to have. It's something I always had, as well as no matter if you win or lose, always looking to improve, and I think that's a great mentality. There was one play in particular that I actually wanted to ask about, because Blevins and I didn't know this interaction either. It was the
God. Oh, don't bring it
discard
up.
aggro. Well, the only
experimenter
question is had you ever seen that interaction? Because we had not. So
No.
It just looked like you had never seen that. And
I was very confused when it happened at first. I was like, wait.
I think that was absolutely crazy. But past that, the main point, discard aggro, you brought it. It seemed very well positioned. What was your thought process going in for, like, the reason why you decided to bring that list?
So basically it's really, really good into the field right now. It does very well. I expected a lot of aggro and Lee Sin and made sure my lineup was able to at least go even against both of those. Discard aggro feels good in those matchups. I also just wanted to bring something a little bit different. My tournament strategy is I bring one deck that I'm comfortable with and one deck that I'm not comfortable with, and then I hope that the comfortable deck is enough to carry me, basically. And I definitely made some awkward plays on discard aggro today. For the most part, we just prepped together. I prepped in this tournament with Kuvira and Rattling Bones, and the discard aggro was something that Bones was definitely pushing for, and it just works really well in the meta right now.
Yeah, definitely a good core there. Both have very good Fight Night performances as well. Swim, we've got one more question here, and we always like to ask this one. Any call outs for who you want to play in a future Fight Night? Anyone you would like to see invited for a future week?
Ooh, that would be interesting. Anyone I'd like to see? It would be great going head to head with Kuvira. Kuvira is probably who I spend most of my time, like, prepping with in these tournaments. And obviously, there was that one the one Fight Night 2 weeks ago, I think, was the one where both Kuvira and I were there. And he kind of trolled me. He had me bring like a really bad list that just ejected us both out in the first couple of rounds. But next time, if we're in the same fight night, and if he doesn't troll me with a lineup suggestion, I think if we hit each other partway through, that would be really, really interesting for me.
Okay, awesome to hear it. We'll try and make that happen, Swim. Thank you so much for joining us for the call. Thanks for playing, and we'll see you next week, man. Congrats.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Thanks for putting it on, guys.
All right, well, that will do it for us tonight here at Fight Night Legends. Thank you all for watching. We've got another amazing set of players going to be here next week, so make sure to follow the channel and check us out if you're doing. But that's it for us. That's it for me. That's it for Blevins. See you guys next time.